So I welcome you all to our digital workshop. And firstly, Kathleen Reinhardt, our director from Georg Kolbe Museum, would like to welcome you all to our workshop today.
So, jetzt müssten mich alle hören. Ganz wunderbar. Ja, mein Name ist Kathleen Reinhardt und ich bin die Direktorin des Georg Kolbe Museums. Und ich heiße Sie ganz herzlich zu unserem Workshop willkommen. Eine Sammlung aktivieren, Künstlerinnen-Nachlässe im digitalen Raum, activating a collection, artist estates in the digital space. And I will say my words of welcome in English, in German, and Elisabeth Heimer will then take over and introduce the program in English. So today we'll be switching a bit back and forth between the two languages because we're very lucky actually to have such an international lineup, and the language of the individual sessions is also marked in the program. Wir sind also heute hier zusammengekommen, um Ansätze, Überlegungen, Probleme und Modelle zu besprechen, auch wie mit KünstlerInnen-Nachlässen und Archiven im digitalen Raum gearbeitet werden kann. Und im Fokus stehen die Schnittstellen von bildender Kunst, Tanz und Architektur. Und diese Themen sind natürlich auch der übergeordnete Rahmen für das Georg Kolbe Museum. Als Kunstmuseum sitzen wir im ehemaligen Atelier- und Wohnhaus des Bildhauers Georg Kolbe, der sich umfassend eben mit dem Thema des modernen Tanzes auseinandergesetzt hat. Und die Architektur des Museums ist geprägt vom neuen Bauen und dem Bauhaus mit dem ab 1928 errichteten Atelierhaus des Schweizer Architekten Ernst Rentsch. Und Anlass zu diesem Workshop ist die momentan im Museum stattfindende Ausstellung zu der Tänzerin, Choreografin und Bewegungsforscherin, aber auch Textilkünstlerin Noah Eschkol. Und als ich 2022 an den ersten Vorbereitungen saß, war mein Hauptzugriff eigentlich auch auf ihre Arbeit, der Online-Auftritt der Noah Eschkol Foundation for Movement Notation. Mit Beschreibungen zu Leben und Werk Eschkols konnte ich einfach einen ersten guten Überblick erhalten über die unterschiedlichen Themenkomplexe und Archivmaterialien. Durch den 7. Oktober und den andauernden Krieg in Israel-Palästina war es dann aber unmöglich, im Archiv zu arbeiten, denn es befindet sich ähnlich eben auch wie beim Georg Kolbe Museum im ehemaligen Wohn- und Arbeitshaus von Noah Eschkol in Holon, einem Stadtteil eben von Tel Aviv. Und gerade diese Motivation motivierte uns vielleicht auch noch mal ein bisschen mehr in den Überlegungen zu dem Workshop heute. Denn eine Frage ist auch, wie mit Nachlässen gearbeitet werden kann, die erstmal gesichert werden müssen, aber wie auch durch digitale Formate sozusagen ein Zugang auch geschaffen werden kann, gleichzeitig für ein internationales Publikum aus Laien, aber eben auch für ein Fachpublikum, das vielleicht eben auch nicht vor Ort forschen kann und eben dieser Besuch vor Ort durch verschiedene Umstände nicht möglich ist. Also eine Realität, die uns eigentlich auch sehr nahe durch die letzten Jahre mit eben Pandemien, mit Kriegen immer mehr kommt. Und deshalb ist eben natürlich auch dieser Workshop dem gewidmet, in der Zukunft hier Möglichkeiten und Überlegungen zu schaffen, das zu entkoppeln. Und am Georg Kolbe Museum befinden wir uns eben schon seit einigen Jahren im Prozess der Digitalisierung, und wir werden auch am 15. Mai das Werkverzeichnis der Plastiken Georg Kolbes digital veröffentlichen. Ein Werkverzeichnis muss ja auch bestimmte Voraussetzungen und Standards erfüllen. Im digitalen Raum kommen dann noch weitere Herausforderungen hinzu. Und ein klarer Vorteil ist selbstverständlich die Ermöglichung eines Fortschreibens, der Verknüpfung mit anderen Objekten, aber auch des Korrigierens. Und für alle Bereiche, die wir ansprechen heute, gibt es eben unterschiedliche Voraussetzungen, unterschiedliche Herausforderungen. Natürlich auch immer bedingt durch das Ausgangsmaterial oder die Ausgangsmaterie. Und so freue ich mich sehr auf die folgenden Stunden, die einfach auch in dieser Transdisziplinarität hoffentlich weitere Anregungen für Forschung und vor allem auch für Umsetzung in der Praxis geben können. Und ich habe noch ein paar organisatorische Rahmendaten. Das heißt, Elisabeth Heimer leitet den Workshop-Tag und wird gleichzeitig eine allgemeine Einführung zu dem Thema geben, die jetzt folgen wird, und auch zu den übergeordneten Fragen, die wir bearbeiten wollen. Es gibt 4 Sessions zu unterschiedlichen Gebieten und Fragestellungen, und jede einzelne Session wird auch nochmal von ModeratorInnen eingeführt und geleitet. Das Programm ist auf der Webseite zu sehen, aber auch als PDF-Dokument im Chat herunterzuladen. Und das Chatfenster kann man immer konsultieren, wenn man Informationen vielleicht für die laufende Session möchte oder ein bisschen mehr, wo wir uns eben gerade befinden. Und in der Frage- und Antwortfunktion, die ist unten in der Mitte, das ist mit einem F&A gekennzeichnet, können eben zu den jeweils laufenden Sessions Fragen gestellt werden, aber auch Kommentare und Anmerkungen gemacht werden. Also im Chatfenster eher Information, in der F&A-Funktion eher die aktive Teilnahme und das Hinterfragen und Kommentieren. Wir zeichnen die Veranstaltung auf und sie kann später auch auf dem YouTube-Kanal des Museums gesehen werden. Ich möchte schließen mit einem Dank natürlich einmal an Elisabeth Heimer für die Erarbeitung und Betreuung dieses Workshops, dann natürlich auch allen aktiv Teilnehmenden für ihre Vorstellungen, Überlegungen und auch die Impulse, die wir hoffentlich heute alle hier mitnehmen werden. Ich möchte aber auch natürlich der Kulturstiftung des Bundes danken, die die Ausstellung zu Neuer Eschkol maßgeblich unterstützen. Des Weiteren gilt mein Dank Artis, dem Freundeskreis des Georg-Kolbe-Museums und der norwegischen Botschaft für die Unterstützung der Ausstellung und ihrer Programme. Und auch danke ich der wissenschaftlichen Volontärin des Georg-Kolbe-Museums, Eva Antunes, die hinter den Kulissen unterstützt. Ich werde in die letzte Session einführen und moderieren, deshalb werden wir uns auch nochmal sehen. Aber nun übergebe ich auch an Elisabeth eben mit dem Hinweis, aber auch nochmal an eben diese weitere digitale Veranstaltung, die uns bevorsteht am 15.05. Also wirklich die Veröffentlichung des digitalen Werkverzeichnisses. Und Sie können hier sehr gern auch online auf der Webseite weitere Informationen erhalten. Ja, ich übergebe an Elisabeth.
Ja, vielen Dank. I will switch into English now. We will have sessions today that are partly German and English, like the first session, and others that are entirely English and entirely German. So we have a wild mix. But I will give a brief introduction. I would also like to welcome you to our online workshop, Activating a Collection. The starting point for this workshop was the fact that we at the Georg Kolbe Museum, as a former artist studio and home, have been working for 10 years on digitizing the collection, which was gradually being made available online. But in addition to an online collection, what other possibilities can the digital space offer for locating the work of a classical modernist artist like Georg Kolbe in a wider context and creating new approaches to his work? For example, how could Kolbe's connections to contemporaries whose letters are available in our archive be made more visible and accessible? We mostly have letters to Kolbe, but the counterparts written by Kolbe himself are often held by other institutions. By working with the Noah Eschkol archive on the occasion of our current exhibition, Noah Eschkol, No Time to Dance, we were able to work with an institution that faces similar questions to the Georg Kolbe Museum, namely how to make the artistic legacy of an artist visible in the digital space. The digitization of archives and museums makes it possible to access collections from anywhere in the world. A digital collection can therefore help to increase visibility. However, beyond the mere reproduction of artworks in digital form with the work data and images, the possibilities of the digital space do not yet seem to be exhausted, or rather, the form in which an artwork can appropriately reproduced digitally is not so easy to answer. These challenges were a driving force behind the organization of this workshop. In addition, the question is how to create an open and accessible work with a collection in which individual institutions and estates can work together and connect their respective collections, and thus make collaborations and exchanges between artists visible, for example. The hope is that the digital will not only create visibility for archives and collections, but also broaden the understanding of artworks and give both researchers, and the interested public the opportunity to approach art digitally. In this way, our view of a work should be able to change and expand, and cross-references become visible. What possibilities can the digital space offer to provide new forms of representation of artists' estates? How can we do justice to the cosmos that every artist's estate represents, which can include not only works of art, but also correspondence and documents of personal life? What possibilities can digitized estates open up for educational and outreach work at museums and elsewhere? What potential does collaboration with communities offer for activating collections, jointly exploring their relevance for society, and working together in a participatory way? These were just some of the questions we asked ourselves in advance. Digital archives have long been able to serve not only as a means of reception, but also as a starting point for users' own productive engagement with art. Greater attention should also be paid to the critical potential of digitizing collection objects. Beyond the duplication of the exhibit, the question is what added value a digital collection offers compared to a physical one. Digitization in museums affects not only the collections, but all areas, such as art education and internal organization. In the future, the museum will become more and more hybrid. The use of AI also promises opportunities to support museum visits and research work in new ways, and thus individualize the museum experience. These questions are too large and far-reaching for these workshops, but should be present as a backdrop. Today's 4 sessions bring together very different fields of art: visual arts, dance, photography, and architecture. This broad view of diverse fields of art should make it possible to create new and maybe, hopefully, surprising connections and open up spaces for thought. The insight into the practice of the various institutions, but also artists in the virtual space, is intended to offer points of contact for common problems, but also how the challenges of various disciplines can be overcome. The first session begins with a look at online catalogs of works and online collections of fine art. At the Georg Kolbe Museum, the work of the artist Georg Kolbe has been continuously digitized over 10 years. There's an extensive collection of sculpture, but also archival documents, which make it possible to experience an important artist's life in the 20th century. The work is ongoing, as a new part of the estate came into the museum in 2020. Caroline Jahn will provide an insight into this ongoing development. Samantha Rowe from the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute will broaden our view from the care for a single estate to an institution that publishes a series of important catalogues raisonnés online and thus makes them accessible to researchers. In the subsequent discussion, Anna-Kathrin Distelkamp will be an expert on the legal conditions that apply to the online publication of artist estates, primarily in German-speaking countries. In the second session, we turn to examples from dance. The Noah Eshkol archive will be presented by Mor Bashan, an institution that has in common with the Georg Kolbe Museum that it has its physical location in the Künstlerhaus or artist studio, the artist's former places of work. While Noah Eshkol's estate primarily contains dance notation, David Rittershaus presents Motion Bank, a digital tool originally developed by choreographer William Forsythe that enables new forms of dance representation in the digital realm. It also makes the digital documentation of dance possible. The challenge of confronting the ephemeral art of art form of dance with the possibilities of recording is thus taken further into the digital realm. The third session is dedicated to photography and digital images. Victoria Brüggemann's research group is looking at the questions of how methods can be developed to make a photo archive of the diaspora visually tangible while doing justice to its complexity. And I'm also very pleased about the contribution by Monika Huber, an artist who uses digital archives as the basis for her art, especially daily news images. Finally, the fourth concluding session will focus on architectural archives and their requirements for digital representation. Wim Lovett will focus on purely digital architectural archives and the challenges involved in archiving architectural models created using computer-aided design. Here, the digitization of the work is an integral part of the design process. Emily Pook provides a broad overview of the hybridity of contemporary architectural archives as a whole, in which digital objects always come together with physical objects such as plans, correspondence, or even architectural models. It is my hope that by the end of the day, we will have a panorama of how artists' estates are handled in the digital realm, from which ideas can be derived as they can be presented, networked, and communicated. So without further ado, let's dive into it and start the first session. And at this point, I want to shortly introduce our moderator of the first session, Ulrike Müller. It is my pleasure. Ulrike Müller is assistant professor in heritage studies at the Antwerp University, and at the same time, she is also postdoctoral researcher at the Royal Museums of Fine Arts of Belgium, where, among other projects, she conducts a critical study for the Meunier Museum, an artist studio that in many regards can be compared to the Georg Kolbe Museum. And she is specialized in the history and theory of collections and museums. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I take over from here. Thank you very much, Elisabeth, for this introduction and of course also for this organization of this fantastic workshop that I'm very much looking forward to. So now it's my pleasure to welcome you to this first session. And our focus in this first session will be on the digital curation of fine arts collections and on questions surrounding their representation within the virtual realm. During the last years, as you know, such collections have become invaluable platforms for the presentation, appreciation, and also enrichment of artworks. And this not only for research purposes, but also increasingly for the interested general public. And these collection databases continue to be further developed. That's why we are here today. Yeah? So, for example, the range of information they contain are continuously added to. Think of, for example, the enhanced access to provenance data, or also the ways in which artworks are represented in the virtual space. If you think of the possibilities offered by, for example, IIIF viewers. So in this session, we aim to explore the potential to further advancing digital collections, but we will also need to address the challenges for online disclosure of the interlinking of such online collections. So this first session comprises 2 presentations and a discussion. Each presentation is allocated 15 minutes. I will keep an eye on the timing to make sure that we have enough time for the final discussion. And before I start, I would like to shortly introduce the 3 participants in our session so that I don't have to interrupt in between the presentations. So our first speaker is Caroline Jahn. She will be presenting in German, which is why I go on to introduce her in German. Caroline Jahn ist Kunsthistorikerin und betreut seit 20 Jahren die Kunstsammlung und das Archiv des Georg Kolbe Museums. Seit 2013 leitet sie die unterschiedlichen Digitalisierungsprojekte des Museums Und in ihrer Präsentation stellt sie das umfangreiche und vielschichtige Material vor, das über die Museumsdatenbank Kolbe online erschlossen und digitalisiert wird. Damit wird sie zeigen, wie ein heterogener Künstlernachlass virtuell zusammengefügt, geöffnet und präsentiert werden kann. Our second speaker is Samantha Rowe. Samantha is a digital archivist and research associate at the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute in New York, where she's responsible for the processing of the digital archives of several artists and for the preparation of digital and digitized material for research. She's currently director of programming at the Archivists Roundtable of Metropolitan New York. She has a background in art history as well as in library and information science. And her presentation will focus on the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute digital archives and how this research can be used for catalog raisonné research. And after these two presentations, we will then dive deeper into the legal aspects of digital collections, and we will do this in a discussion with Anna-Katharin Distelkamp. Anna is a lawyer specializing in the artistic and scientific estates and in art law. She teaches courses on curating, artistic estates, and museum management at the Berlin University of Arts and at the University of Applied Sciences in Berlin. In addition, together with Friederike Haufe, who is also present today, she leads a research project on decision-making processes when selecting artist estates at the Bern University of Arts. So without further ado, we will start with the first presentation. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Ja. Hallo, ich freue mich sehr, Ihnen heute eine Einführung in unsere Sammlungsdatenbank Kolbe Online zu geben. Zunächst aber möchte ich Ihnen das Georg-Kolbe-Museum vorstellen, dessen Geschichte untrennbar mit der Kunstsammlung und dem Archiv verbunden ist. Nach einem kurzen virtuellen Rundgang erfahren Sie dann etwas über Art und Umfang unserer Sammlung und wie wir diese online präsentieren. Ich gehe jetzt gleich in die Präsentation. Genau. Hier sehen Sie also das Museum von der Gartenseite aus. Kolbe ließ das Atelierhaus Ende der 20er Jahre, der 1920er Jahre im Berliner Westend bauen. Er lebte und arbeitete hier bis zu seinem Tod 1947. Als Verwalterin des Erbes wurde 1950 die Georg-Kolbe-Stiftung gegründet. Der Bildhauer vermachte der Stiftung sein Haus, aber nicht nur sein Haus, sondern auch seine Kunstwerke sowie die Bibliothek, das Archiv und seine private Kunstsammlung. Das umfangreiche Erbe bildet heute noch den Grundstock der Sammlung. War das Museum in den ersten Jahrzehnten nach der Gründung eher eine Art Kolbe-Gedenkstätte, so erweiterte sich der Bestand, das Anliegen und auch das Selbstverständnis des Hauses ab den 1980er Jahren. Heute versteht sich das Museum als Ort der Begegnung, des Austausches und der Forschung. Mit wechselnden Ausstellungen, Veranstaltungen und Vermittlungsangeboten verbinden wir das Thema Bildhauerei der klassischen Moderne mit Positionen der zeitgenössischen Kunst. Dafür stehen uns 3 große Ausstellungsräume zur Verfügung. Hier befinden sie sich im eindrucksvollen großen Atelier Kolbes. Diese Aufnahme entstand, während das Museum wegen Sanierungsarbeiten schließen musste. Wir nutzten damals die Zeit, um im Rahmen eines Digitalisierungsprojektes über 300 Gipsmodelle von Kolbe nacheinander aus dem Depot ans Licht zu holen, zu inventarisieren und zu fotografieren. Das war notwendig, da im Depot selbst kein Platz dafür gewesen wäre, wovon Sie sich jetzt selbst überzeugen können. Und ich möchte Ihnen jetzt Art und Umfang der Sammlung näher beschreiben, bevor wir dann deren spezielle Präsentation im Internet betrachten. Georg Kolbe war ein äußerst produktiver Künstler. Insgesamt schuf er ca. 1000 Plastiken, von denen sich rund ein Viertel im Besitz des Museums befindet. Grundlage für den Bronzeguss ist ein Gipsmodell, wie sie sich auch im Nachlass zahlreich erhalten haben. Kolbes Lebensthema war der Tanz. Viele seiner Zeichnungen und Grafiken spiegeln seine Motivation wider, den, wie er es nannte, schreitenden, springenden, wirbelnden Menschen in seiner ganzen Ausdrucksfähigkeit einzufangen. Der Künstler begann seine künstlerische Laufbahn als Maler. Wenige Gemälde aus dieser frühen Zeit haben sich erhalten. Einige davon befinden sich in der Sammlung. Der Nachlass Kolbes geht aber weit über die Kunstwerke hinaus. Der Bildhauer benutzte das Medium der Fotografie, um Entstehungsprozesse seiner Werke festzuhalten. Als selbstbewusster Künstler bemühte er sich von Anfang an, seine Werke professionell zu dokumentieren, noch bevor sie sein Atelier verließen. Auf der Rückseite der Fotografien notierte er oft Titel, Datierung, Maße, Käufer oder den späteren Aufstellungsort. Heute sind das wichtige Quellen für die Provenienzforschung. Diese Rückseiten haben wir auch mit digitalisiert und die sind in der Online-Sammlung genauso aufzurufen wie die Vorderseiten und manchmal auch sogar interessanter als die Vorderseiten natürlich. Auch im schriftlichen Nachlass finden sich eine Fülle von Hinweisen auf einzelne Kunstwerke und ihre Entstehungsbedingungen. Ob als Mitglied der Berliner Sezession oder später als Vorsitzender der Freien Sezession. Kolbe suchte immer den Austausch mit seinen Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Zahlreiche erhaltene Briefe, darunter Schreiben von Ernst Barlach, Erich Heckel, Annette Kolb, Max Liebermann oder Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, zeugen davon. Einige seiner Zeitgenossen und Künstlerkolleginnen waren mit ihren Werken auch in Kolbes Kunstsammlung vertreten. Andere Werke kamen nach Kolbes Tod als Schenkung oder durch Ankäufe in die Sammlung. Die Liste der, wie wir sie nennen, anderen Künstlerinnen ist lang, wenn sie in der Regel auch nur mit wenigen Werken vertreten sind. Für die meisten von ihnen, wie auch für Kolbe, ist das Urheberrecht bereits abgelaufen, da sie vor mehr als 70 Jahren verstorben sind. Rot markiert habe ich hier einen Teil jener Künstlerinnen, für die das Urheberrecht noch gilt und die von der Verwertungsgesellschaft VG Bildkunst vertreten werden. Aus finanziellen Gründen könnten wir deshalb nur 70 dieser insgesamt 300 Werke online zeigen. Wir haben mit der VG Bildkunst einen speziellen Museumsvertrag und alleine diese Präsentation dieser 70 Werke kostet uns jährlich ca. 500 €. Ich glaube, jedes Bild kostet 7 €, was wir dann zeigen wollen und können. Genau, wie wir die Sammlung im Internet präsentieren, das möchte ich Ihnen nun anhand von einigen Screenshots zeigen. Über die Museumswebsite gelangen Sie auf die Startseite von Kolbe Online. Ganz oben können Sie wählen zwischen den Sammlungsobjekten oder der Forschungsdatenbank, die alle bekannten plastischen Werke Kolbes verzeichnet und damit weit über den Museumsbestand hinaus weist. Dieser Bereich ist bisher nur in der Beta-Version zu sehen. Das Online-Werkverzeichnis, wie ja vorhin Kathleen schon sagte, wird dann ab 15. Mai offiziell zugänglich sein. Über einen Blick auf die über einen Klick auf die beiden mittleren Kacheln erhalten Sie dann vertiefende Informationen zu den beiden Sammlungsangeboten. Auf der unteren Ebene schlagen wir den Besucherinnen bestimmte aktuelle Themen vor, also sozusagen kuratierte Suchen, die sie dort finden. Momentan werden einige Sammlungsbereiche vorgestellt. Zukünftig sollen aber die Werke zum Beispiel aus dem Skulpturengarten oder auch die Highlights der Sammlung hier zu sehen sein. Wähle ich also die Sammlungskachel oben links aus, dann komme ich auf folgende Seite. Hier haben die Nutzerinnen die Möglichkeit, sich anhand der Suchfacetten links einen ersten Überblick über den Umfang der einzelnen Sammlungsbereiche, die verschiedenen Künstlerinnen, Entstehungszeiten oder dargestellte Personen zu verschaffen um dann ihre Suche zu präzisieren. So eine Suche habe ich jetzt einmal aufgerufen. Auf dieser Seite sehen Sie die Treffer einer Suche nach sämtlichen Werken Georg Kolbes im Zusammenhang mit dem Tänzer Nijinsky. Wähle ich nun die Bronze, also man sieht hier auch nochmal ganz schön natürlich, wie umfangreich unsere Sammlung alleine zu diesem Thema ist. Wir haben eben zahlreiche Zeichnungen, die Kolbe angefertigt hat, aber auch diese historischen Fotografien, von denen ich gesprochen habe, die in diesem Fall in seinem Atelier gemacht wurden. Wenn ich jetzt aber alleine nur unser Sammlungsobjekt, also diese Bronze, mir anschauen will, dann gerate ich hier auf folgende Seite. Sämtliche Metadaten und ein Kurztext wären neben der Abbildung angezeigt, die man sich auch noch vergrößern kann. Eine der Besonderheiten der Datenbanken ist das sogenannte Karussell am Ende jeden Datensatzes. Dort werden andere verwandte Objekte angezeigt, die im Zusammenhang mit dem ausgewählten Sammlungsstück stehen. Das können eben Vorzeichnungen, das erhaltene Gipsmodell oder historische Atelieraufnahmen sein, aber auch konkrete Anfragen von Privatsammlern oder Museumsdirektoren aus dem schriftlichen Nachlass. Dafür jetzt hier ein Beispiel. In diesem Fall ist es ein Brief von 1921 von Wilhelm Valentina, einem deutsch-amerikanischen Kunsthistoriker und Museumsleiter, der, wie man unten wieder sieht, bereits auch schon von Kolbe porträtiert wurde. Valentina leitet darin die Anfrage eines Sammlers nach einem Nijinsky an Kolbe weiter und berichtet auch von seinem Leben in den USA und dem dort vorherrschenden, wie er sagt, mangelnden Verständnis für die Moderne. Das war 1921. Wer Probleme mit dem Schriftbild haben sollte, der findet am Ende des jeweiligen Datensatzes ein Transkript jeden Briefes vor. Also wie man hier vielleicht schon sieht, war es für uns von Anfang an ein besonderes Anliegen, diese Art der Beziehung zwischen den Objekten, die hier bei uns sind, diesen Kosmos Kolbe in der Datenbank zu visualisieren. Denn das macht wirklich unsere Sammlung so besonders. Diese Vielseitigkeit und die Vernetzung, die wir halt schon vorgenommen haben. Die Online-Präsentation war in dieser umfassenden Form allerdings nur mit Unterstützung des Berliner Kultursenats möglich, der die jährlich Digitalisierungsprojekte von Berliner Kulturinstitutionen fördert. Seit 2013 konnte das Georg-Kolbe-Museum insgesamt 6 dieser Projekte umsetzen, aufgeteilt nach den verschiedenen Sammlungsbereichen. Der Blick des Senats ging von vornherein über den Tellerrand der geförderten, oft personell und finanziell schlecht ausgestatteten kleinen Häuser hinaus. Bedingung war es zum Beispiel, die Metadaten und Digitalisate auch auf dem Portal der Deutschen Digitalen Bibliothek zu veröffentlichen. Eine weitere Bedingung war auch, dass man sich vorher schon ganz klare Gedanken und Pläne haben musste für die Langzeitarchivierung der Digitalisate zum Beispiel. Als kleine Institution sichtbar zu werden, mit den eigenen Beständen weite Kreise in der Öffentlichkeit zu ziehen und sich mit anderen zu vernetzen, liegt im Interesse des Georg-Kolbe-Museums natürlich. Auch deshalb präsentieren wir unsere Bestände angereichert mit Normdaten aus der gemeinsamen Normdatei GND und dem Art and Architecture Thesaurus AAT, nicht nur in Kolbe Online, sondern auch in der Autographendatenbank Calliope, demnächst auch in der Europäana und wie hier zu sehen ist, in der Deutschen Digitalen Bibliothek. Das wäre jetzt für mich einfach dieser Schritt raus und dieser Schritt, sich zu vernetzen mit anderen Häusern und anderen Beständen an dieser Stelle. Und nochmal stärker natürlich in der Europäana dann wenn auch Bestände aus dem Ausland dazukommen. Und wie man sieht, unser Nijinsky ist dabei. Und was planen wir für die nächste Zeit? Ein Teil des schriftlichen Nachlasses von Georg Kolbe wurde in den 1970er Jahren, von Kolbes Enkelin nach Kanada verbracht, wo sie lange Zeit lebte. Bei der Sichtung ihres Nachlasses fand sich eine große Anzahl an Dokumenten, die rechtmäßig der Georg-Kolbe-Stiftung gehören. Mit der Rückführung nach Deutschland und deren Erschließung ist der schriftliche Nachlass Kolbes erstmals seit über 50 Jahren wieder vereint. Im nächsten Jahr planen wir auch diese Materialien zu digitalisieren und wiederum online zu stellen. Es geht also weiter, die Sammlung wächst weiter. Danke für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Okay, thank you very much. Vielen Dank für diesen guten und vollständigen Überblick. So then, without a long break, I would like to give the floor to Samantha. Please, Samantha, you may share your presentation.
Wonderful. Okay, hello. My name is Samantha Rowe, and I am the Digital Archivist and Research Associate at the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute. Traditionally, archival science and catalog raisonné research are distinct fields. However, at the WPI, we create meaningful connections between archival collections and art objects that can offer fresh insights into the artist's process and foster new knowledge on the work's provenance and exhibition histories. My presentation will focus on case studies that demonstrate the distinctive role the digitized archives of Tom Wesselmann and Romer Bearden play into the development of their respective digital catalog raisonné, and how these collections can be used to identify previously unknown artworks and exhibitions, ultimately expanding our knowledge of the careers of these artists. In 2016, the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute, a New York City-based nonprofit foundation, was co-founded by the French art dealer and historian Guy Wildenstein and Hasso Plattner, a leading German entrepreneur in digital technologies. The WPI's mission is to facilitate access to archival materials and publish digital catalogs raisonnés in support of art historical research. The WPI Digital Archives provides access to primary sources and research materials compiled by the historic Wildenstein Institute for the writing of catalogs raisonnés on major French artists of the 18th and early 20th centuries. The archives also feature artist papers, including the Romer Bearden papers and Tom Wesselmann papers, which relate to WPI catalog raisonné projects. The success of the Bearden and Wesselmann catalog raisonné rely on the institutional knowledge, research, and archival materials assembled by the artist foundations. Therefore, the WPI partners with an artist foundation and a state to digitize their archival collections and make them available on the WPI Digital Archives. In 2019, the WPI and a state of Tom Wesselmann partnered to digitize the Wesselmann papers for the development of the digital catalog raisonné of Tom Wesselmann. And since 2020, we have collaborated with the Romer Bearden Foundation on the Romer Bearden Digital Catalog Raisonné that is set to become one of the first major digital catalog raisonnés for an African artist. And in similar fashion, the WPI also carried out the digitization of Bearden's papers. This is an exciting aspect of these projects as it provides a broader context for the interpretation of the artist's work. For the remainder of this presentation, I will introduce case studies that demonstrate the integral role both the Bearden papers and Wesselmann papers play in catalog raisonné research, specifically on how my work in the archives has helped identify primary sources for each artist's work, previously unknown artworks, and unique photographs of exhibitions. Source materials are typically used by artists as objects of inspiration for their art-making practice and are often found in artists' archives, such as the Bearden papers. Bearden accumulated source materials throughout his life, including scraps and cutouts of paper that have rich research value, as they offer an exclusive glimpse into Bearden's studio practice. Source materials disclose the timeline, such as what subjects, shapes, colors, and images were of interest to Bearden at different points in his career, or his preference of specific magazines or printed material to consult for his various projects. But most importantly, it's fascinating to draw a connection in these materials with some of his finished works as shown here. On the left, we have a photograph of the Eureka Brass Band from New Orleans, who were active from 1920 to 1975. And on the right, we have two examples of Bearden's works, Of the Blues, New Orleans, 1974 on the top, and New Orleans Marching Band, undated, on the bottom, which closely relate to the subject matter of this photograph. Imply that Bearden incorporated the specific image of the Eureka Brass Band to any of his works, but its inclusion in the archives does contribute to our knowledge bank of understanding what sorts of topics and motifs were of interest to him. We made a significant discovery while processing the collection when we uncovered this black and white photograph by the esteemed photographer Sam Shaw, who was a very close friend of Bearden. The photo was taken at a rehearsal session for the 1961 film Paris Blues, directed by Martin Ritt, starring Sidney Poitier and Paul Newman. Unlike the previous examples, here's a rare instance in which Bearden had essentially incorporated the entire photo as the source for the composition of his 1974 collage titled Of the Blues, Intermission Still Life. Unearthing this photograph permitted me to draw connections between these two distinct works, which has been useful not only to our research staff, but also to the Sam Shaw archives, who are actually consulting and conducting their own research on our body of Shaw's photographs available in the Bearden papers. Now to segue using examples from the Wesselmann papers, I was able to identify the model in this image as film director and screenwriter Danielle Thompson, which is significant considering her name appears throughout the archives, particularly in relation to the correspondence and a series of black and white photographs of her modeling. Unlike Bearden, where traces of the source material shines through the composition of certain works, Wesselmann would use his source photographs most frequently. The resemblance of the subject matter captured in this photograph is identical to the map depicted in Wesselmann's Smoker No. 10, 1973. There are also instances when one can see the artist's direct interaction with these photos, as seen on the right, where he outlines the shape of Danielle's lips with pen. These source photos play an integral part in the research process of the Catalogue Raisonné, as it offers us with a unique opportunity artistic process from start to finish. Using these photographs to identify the identities of these models is also quite relevant. In addition to the insight we've received from the Wesselmann studio, I've learned more about the women who Wesselmann depicted in his works through his archives. We've come to learn that Danielle sees at one of his openings at Sydney Janis Gallery, and after that, they spoke, and apparently he invited her to model for him. And from what I could gather from reading their correspondence, they actually became quite good friends. Throughout the late 1960s and 70s, Danielle had posed for several of Wesselmann's grand-scale smoker series, 3 of which are displayed here. Wesselmann admired her for her long and elegant fingers. She frequently posed for him as a hand and lip model. Monica Serra, a painter, multimedia artist, and singer and songwriter, collaborated with Tom Wesselmann as a model in the 1980s and appears in over 300 of his works, which bear her name and likeness. She later joined his studio as a studio assistant and went to become the studio manager of the estate of Tom Wesselmann. In addition to her presence in the archives, the WPI also captured an oral history with Monica, who examines her close working relationship with Wesselmann, the experience of perceiving herself in his works, and themes of gender and representation. While her oral history was not part of Wesselmann's original archives, this supplemental recording has been significant in enabling us to draw connections between these disparate materials and with artworks by creating references that explicitly tie them together. If source materials provide insight into the process of artistic creation, exhibitions offer us a history of the life of art objects once they have been made. With some investigative work, the Romare-Bearden papers provided the opportunity to flesh out some of the circumstances and context related to an important exhibition that took place in 1965. The exhibition was put together by Spiral, which was a New York-based collective of African-American artists that came together in the 1960s to discuss their relationship to the civil rights movement and the shifting landscape of American art, culture, and politics. A few names of artists associated with the group included Bearden, Charles Alston, Emma Amos, Norman Lewis, and Hale Woodruff. Within the archives, I had found a number of exhibition materials relating to Spiral, but I had only this one reference photograph that depicted the exterior of the space. I was convinced that there were other images of Spiral which existed within the archives, but I needed to take a different approach to source them. Fortunately, this one photograph includes an array of visual clues, such as the name of the gallery, its address, certain design elements of the facade, and of course, most importantly, having Bearden as a model. While processing other contents of the photograph series, I came across snapshots that were housed in an undated folder titled Black and White Color Images of Romare-Bearden, which is not super specific. I soon recognized that their facade shared a close resemblance to this photo. And by using Street View mode on Google Maps, confirmed that these images are of the exterior space located at 147 Christopher Street, and most likely taken during or prior to the gallery's construction. Of course, this exterior has changed over the years, but I noticed that the building still has its original match the arches which appear in the doorway of this image. It was thrilling to be able to draw connections between this initial photograph and additional ones that were previously unidentified, including these two on the right. And more recently, I have made additional discoveries, including this image, which if one takes a closer look at the artwork installed in the background, they'll notice Norman Lewis's painting Processional 1965. And after having referenced the published checklist of the first group showing, confirmed this photograph was also captured at the exhibition opening. This group of images have gone from being previously documented as miscellaneous images without a proper context to now marking a pivotal moment in art history. The WPI's materials contributes to the surviving documentation from the exhibition that are held in other archives. Here's a photograph of the artist with his painting at the opening. For a long time, this exhibition was thought to be the only one that Spiral had held, making it an important surviving marker of the group and their activity. We're investigating the possibility of other Spiral exhibitions, but for now, the documentation of this 1965 exhibition provides crucial information about the group, their ambitions and vision of African-American art that they wanted to present to the world. The Bearden papers feature a number of photographs of the artist and his work at various stages of completion that have been tremendously useful for provenance research. They establish a type of chronology and offer breadcrumbs that inform us as to the period in which they were created, who might have owned them, which then ideally leads to sourcing where they could be today. A significant part of provenance research consists of identifying and locating new or existing artworks, which is why we strive to find clues on their whereabouts. For instance, on the left, Untitled Woman Sitting appears in the background in this photo taken at Bearden's Canal Street apartment. This prominent yet elusive work frequently appears in various photographs within the archives, yet as of now, we have very little documentation about it. Nevertheless, having these photographs confirms the existence of these works and provide contextual clues that can orient the research. In the photograph on the right, we see a work by Bearden that does have an identification, which is Brazil from 1978. And we know that the work was acquired by Richard A. Long, who is a friend of Bearden and whose name appears throughout the collection. The Tom Wesselman papers have been instrumental for us to unearth information regarding exhibitions that he had participated in, but that were not previously recorded in our database, or using it to conduct research to find information about the provenance of certain works that did not match our existing records. This letter, dated October 18th, 1979, written by a curator of the Tokyo Central Museum, informs Wesselman that the museum had in fact purchased his work, Smoker No. 26, 1978, from the Sydney Janis Gallery, which in turn verifies that our records of the provenance of this work had been accurate. Another major component of the Wesselmann papers included the artist's inventory records, which comprised photographs that were used by Wesselmann as his means of maintaining an inventory of his artworks. The fronts of these images depict the artwork and often contain annotations that identifies the artwork's title, dimensions, medium, and the date of creation. The backs of these images include reference numbers, prices, and information pertaining to sales and other provenance. This body of work has been incredibly useful to the Catalog Raisonné research team, and we are indebted to Wesselmann for being a meticulous record keeper. I wanted to end my presentation with Wesselmann's still life number 46, 1964, in which the artist had made 5 identical versions of the same piece. It was interesting to discuss this work with Huffer-Frobes-Cross, the project manager of this Catalog Raisonné, as she noticed discrepancies in the provenance between what had been recorded here in the inventory record in comparison to the information that was received directly from Wesselmann's studio. There were many challenges with reconciling the provenance for each of the 5 identical versions of this work, particularly making decisions as to which registration number should be assigned to specific works. However, utilizing the archives as a research tool allowed the research team to confirm that the provenance they'd verified corresponded with the way they were numbered on the artist inventory images. In conclusion, through these assorted case studies, I've demonstrated how, in addition to processing the Wesselmann and Bearden papers for display and public access on the WPI Digital Archives, my work and knowledge of the archives provides critical support and information to the Catalog Raisonné team. Though there's still much work to be done in preparation for these publications, these primary sources such as installation shots, photographs, exhibition catalogs, and source material continue to offer fresh insights into these artists' production and influences. And if you'd like to learn more about these collections and others, of course, on the WPI digital projects, including for future archival releases and events, you can access via the QR code on the screen or by visiting wpi.art. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Vielen Dank, Caroline, auch für eure Präsentationen. I think your presentations both demonstrated quite nicely the diversity and the complexity of the individual digitization initiatives. And what they also do, what I think, what your presentations highlighted, is that this disclosure of artist estates can really offer new insights in artists' life and works. So there's not so much discussion about that, but now joining also Anna into our discussion, I would like to note that both of your presentations also hinted on a certain limitation of such kind of projects. So which is namely that very often these digitization efforts, they mainly remain confined to one single institution or to one single database. So this limitation is in a way understandable, because such efforts, they very often have, because they are constrained, for example, by limited time and funds, or also by a certain funding body. So, but yes, what your presentations also a little bit show is that this situation really results into a kind of fragmented landscape of the online databases that we know today, and which also relieves or reveals that these databases are very often managed by different and individual institutions, and that they are dispersed over different platforms. So actually this brings me to my first question that I would like to raise, and that I would also like to pose to Anna, is that how can we increase interconnections between such collections? And so maybe if I can first ask to Samantha, you presented the Wildenflecht and Plattner example and your different initiatives. So are there actually mechanisms within your archives, within your platform, to interlink different digital archives that are managed within the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute, or are there also links to external platforms?
Yes, that's a wonderful question. Yeah, unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes. I can go on forever about what we do at our platform. And I really do encourage everyone to visit wpi.art. Everything is open access, and I hope you share the resources with all. Yes, as our platform continues to being built, we kind of have this interdisciplinary vision of how could we connect across our platform as well as to others to link what we're doing with similar projects. But within the our database, we do, especially if you go onto the archives, we like to do this cross-reference. So if a letter of correspondence relates to an image or something else that's connected within, we have what we call related archival resources. This also can be applied to the catalog raisonné. The beauty of having digital catalog raisonnés is that things can be updated in real time. And our research teams are using, of course, not only our archives, but also research that they're finding across the platform and externally as well. And there's ways, if you view the digital catalog raisonnés, they also link to examples from our archives, but also externally too. There's a way to sort of remain on the page and also see the research in real time, which is really great and allows you as the reader or the researcher to make these connections in real time. We're doing a little bit more work for others, but we're hoping that it encourages and it sparks interest, the scholarly interest, and that allows people to further explore not only what we have, but what there is available in other institutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's great. I will take a look at that. Maybe I can then pose this question to Anna. What is, from your perspective, are there specific requirements for such kind of interlinks or interconnections between?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the very good presentations that showed us how, very useful the interlinking is and how you can have findings. If you do research on one artist, for example, you end up with findings for another cultural scene. So we all wish for this interlinking projects. However, from a legal point of view, it's actually quite complicated because if you first of all, the digitization and making archival material public is quite a complex law issue, because you have so many rights, or you can have so many rights of different parties and right holders on archival material. If you just think of the artwork itself, but also as we saw in Samantha's presentation, for example, photographs that can give us information about a cultural scene here, the Spiral group. You saw on the photograph, you saw a person that was depicted on it. You saw an artwork in the background. You have the photographer who took the photos. All these are copyright issues. Then you have the personal law, also from the copyright of view, the moral rights that are from a legal point of view to be seen, and also the rights of data protection law, and also for public archives, state law, which is has to apply to public archives in a certain state, and that can also limit your rights to digitize all those sources. This is the one thing in one institution, and then if we have the interlinking process, first of all, the one institution has to take this complex endeavor to get all the rights of all the right holders to publish this data. And then when it comes to the interlinking process, then this institution who got all the rights has to pass on the rights to third party. And also the interlinking and framing other sources on a website, etc., there you also have to get the rights of the rights holder. So it's quite complicated. So from a scientific point of view, we wish for this interlinking processes, but yeah, it's it's a big thing if you have to get all the legal rights.
Yeah, indeed. Then especially, and then maybe going on to this on this discussion, I think, you know, we're all dealing here with 20th century artists, so the actual copyright is very often still in place. Caroline, you showed this very nicely in your presentation with those artists' names who are flagged red, where there's still the copyright laws applying. So and actually, if we want then to really release these data, then it can really create certain tensions to the actual goals of the digitization processes that we are actually aiming at. So there's on the one hand the ideal to publish as much as possible, to make it accessible in the best way as possible, which is also very often requested, or which is actually very often for a funding body, requested by a funding body to subsidize a project, but then with the actual copyright laws questions. So, and I'm wondering, how do you, Samantha, actually in the Wildenstein-Plattner Institute, how do you deal with that, which are even more recent artists than Georg Kolbe?
That's a great question. It's something that we're like continuously trying to figure out as well. You know, we're not, especially with the archives, we're not profiting off of anything, and we're not like reproducing to make money. And we always make such a concerted effort, especially with those who are still alive, to reach out to the like especially photographers. And we either write directly to them, granting permission to host their works on our website, or we work with their artists and foundations and estates. So it's sort of constantly like we ask for permission, we provide like, you know, proper copyright credit. And if they want us to, we provide like how to contact them. You know, we're not here to steal anything. We're not copyright holders, and we're very transparent about that on our platform. You know, and a lot of this is done through US copyright law, like using fair use practices. You know, we have an educational mission, and we're here to distribute and disseminate this knowledge to as many, you know, researchers as we can. And yeah, that's our mission. Of course, it could be an issue in the future, but for now we've been okay.
No, but this is a very, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, because you mentioned you go through the works, and then you know, okay, these are this and that rights, copyrights, personal rights, and then you ask permission from the rights holders. Yeah, this is the right way to do it. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a contract all the time. It also can be this permission too. But you have to go through all of this before publishing it, which is quite an endeavor.
It is, but we find that it's important too.
Yeah, of course. And many people like their works to be published, or they want to be shown, and want to make it, to open it for research. So it's also like an advantage for them to show the works and the sources. So I see it's interesting, especially when you're working with artists who are still alive. It can even be, I see it from your point of view, it can even be a benefit, an added value to really establish close links while an artist is still alive in an endeavor, and to of course to also communicate very transparently. I think it's very interesting that you emphasize that, to build future relations, and to also make sure that you can go on with such initiatives in the future. So that's a very interesting perspective, I think. So thank you very much for that. But then still for Anna, the question, what do we do then with artists who are not alive anymore, and which possibilities are there or which other possibilities could you think about if we want to publish those data? Well, you have to have for artists that are not alive anymore, the rights holders are the heirs of the copyright, and the protection period is 70 years after death. So it's quite a while. And also, if you have works of art that of photos of works of art, then the photographer has also photo protection on this art. So this can go on even longer. It's just 50 years since creating this photo, but still. So we have all these rights, and you have to talk to the rights holders to get the rights to use this this work of art. It's just from the copyright point of view now. But you can also try to get, for example, for the digitization projects, you oftentimes try to get the allowance or the permissions from the rights holders to get a Creative Commons, the right to put the work of art under Creative Commons license. That means to make this work of art available for everybody, and you can do this under certain conditions. For example, that a work of art can be shared online, but non-commercial, for non-commercial purpose. It should be shared alike. And there are several conditions where you can limit the use of this work, but in general, it's then open for the public for, so this is a possibility, and many digitization projects who give funding for digitization, they make this, for them, it's a condition to give the funding. And yeah, this is, but despite of that, or in general, you have to get the consent and make an agreement with the rights holders. There's no way around it.
And is there then a difference between
but for the use, like if you show something publicly, and on online means you show it publicly worldwide, so it's a use worldwide. But there are exceptions in copyright law if you use a work of art or certain data for research. So and also if you just use it internally or privately. So this might be possible. So you also have to look which purpose the work has to be under which purpose the work is used, the work of art is used. That's also a question.
And is there a difference?
It's a very complex issue, so it's very hard to explain it in just several minutes.
Yes, that's a very, that's obvious indeed. Then there are possibilities, for example, I think, which also happens sometimes in digital collections, that then certain parts of the digitized objects are only accessible from within an institution, for example. That you have to log in, or that you have to be on site, that you have to be consulted only on site.
This is also exceptions under copyright law, that if a museum has some data, documents, or works of art, then it can be shown and given to researchers within the institution. There are exceptions, and this is possible too. But if this interlinking processes that we all wish for research purpose is on publicly is quite challenging from copyright law view.
Yes, indeed. I see that.
Ich noch mal was auf Deutsch dazu sagen, was
Gerne.
die Kolbe-Sammlung betrifft. Wir haben ja, das hatte ich ja vorhin angedeutet, das mit 3 Gruppen, sage ich mal, von Problemen oder eben Nicht-Problemen zu tun. Das sind einmal die Künstler, die vor 70 Jahren oder früher verstorben sind. Das ist das große Glück bei uns, diese Gruppe der Künstlerinnen. Aber wir haben eben Künstlerinnen, die jünger sind oder später verstorben sind. Und diese teilen sich nochmal auf in Künstler, die eben nicht von der Verwertungsgesellschaft betreut werden. Da können wir uns direkt, also wie das vorhin ja jetzt auch schon gesagt wurde, an die Erben wenden, die meistens uns die Objekte ja sogar geschenkt haben. Und da, wie Sie schon sagen, ist das gar kein Problem. Wir haben noch nicht einmal den Fall gehabt, dass so eine Anfrage abschlägig beantwortet ist. Das Problem sind die Künstlerinnen, die von der Verwertungsgesellschaft vertreten werden. Ich weiß nicht, wie das jetzt genau in anderen Ländern ist, aber in dem Moment, wo die Erben sich quasi vertreten lassen, dürfen sie diese Rechte nicht mehr freigeben.
Ja, das stimmt.
Selbst wenn ich als Museum anrufe und sage, können Sie nicht bei uns eine Ausnahme machen? Wir sind so ein kleines Museum, dann dürfen die das überhaupt nicht vertraglich.
Und wenn sie es tun, dann müssen sie als Museum wissen, dass das unabhängig, also sie müssen bei der VG Bildkunst um Freistellung bitten.
Genau.
Also genau, weil in dem Moment, wo eben die RechteinhaberInnen vertreten werden vom Museum, Entschuldigung, von der VG Bildkunst, sind die sozusagen nicht mehr zuständig, können nicht mehr über ihre Rechte, können keine Rechte mehr einräumen. Genau. Ja, das ist sehr wichtiger Punkt. Danke für den Einschub. Ja, und ich meine, als Museum sind sie halt, sie müssen eben die Rechte an den Werken dann einholen. Sie müssen aber auch die Rechte an den Fotografien eben einholen, was oft auch nochmal eine ganz schöne Herausforderung ist, wie ich ja bereits sagte. Weil man manchmal auch gar nicht weiß, wer hat das Foto jetzt wann gemacht, ab wann gilt der Rechtsschutz, dann muss man nochmal alles rekonstruieren, was ja auch manchmal gar nicht möglich ist, wenn man an Fotografien denkt, die in einem Archiv vor, weiß nicht, 30 Jahren oder so für ein Archiv entstanden sind. Oder ja, das ist schwierig. Ja. Also Fotografien sind irgendwie so das Komplizierteste, weil da können einfach so viele Dinge abgebildet sein, Personen, irgendwelche Designobjekte, andere Kunstobjekte. Das muss man dann alles durchgehen für eine Fotografie. Ja, das kann dann manchmal auch eine Hürde sein, sowas zu publizieren.
Ja, definitiv. Und das ist natürlich gerade dann für Einstellungen, or maybe I switch to English, especially for institutions that do preserve a very complex legacy, yeah, that preserve artworks, archives, photographs. It's especially for those kinds of institutions that all these challenges come to the fore. So looking at the time, I think I am now constrained to thank you very much for these rich presentations and discussions. And yes, I hope we can continue parts of these discussions also in the following sessions.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was very stimulating, and I also hope that we can take some questions with us to the next sessions. But because we are a bit behind, I will just go on and shortly introduce a moderator for the second session, which is Franz Anton Kramer. He is a dance scholar and author, and his work focuses on archivalities in the performance-based arts and the history of dance of the 20th century. And he has realized research and archival projects in numerous cities, in Leipzig at the Dance Archives, in Paris and Berlin. I think it will take too much time to mention all your stations, Franz Anton. And since 2009, he is editor together with Barbara Büscher of an e-journal, which is called MAP, which is short for Media Archive Performance. So I want to give the stage to you, Franz Anton.
Thank you, Elisabeth, for this introduction, and thank you also all for being here. And I'm very happy to host or to moderate, let's say, this session, which is dedicated to dance. And as you said, the previous speaker said, many of the problems are at least we are facing in the field of dance to the same degree, or even maybe worse, because even more copyright holders come in. But as we are already short, I'm not going to speak too much for the introduction, but I'd rather lead over to David Rittershaus, who is the first speaker in this panel. I'll be very short on the presentation, but I think there's one point that's important to mention. Your studies in applied theater studies, which led you to dance, and especially to the project, the Motion Bank project, which is now, as you say, an interdisciplinary research group at the Mainz University of Applied Sciences, but which has a history you're going to present I think, on dealing with documentation processes of documentation of dance and movement and choreography and the knowledge that goes with that. Concerning the issue that was raised earlier, fragmented landscapes of digital databases in various art forms, I think this is also something you are quite familiar with. And that's one topic I think you're tackling in your research. But it's probably better that you talk about this rather than me talking about what you might be wanting talking about. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Franz Anton, and thank you very much for the invitation to this workshop and for the organization of the workshop. I'll first share my slides, then continue. Okay. Yeah, I think as Franz Anton mentioned, it's maybe good to know that there are sort of two phases of motion bank, and I'm also going to refer to these two phases. There's first of all, the history of the motion bank project, a project founded by choreographer William Forsyth, and then after the funding for this first phase with the Forsyth Company ended, the broad project was re-established in a way at Mainz University of Applied Sciences by Florian Jennet, who used to be one of the leading figures, leading persons within that first phase with the Forsyth Company, who was responsible for all the digital design part and the capturing choreographic pieces and recording data. So today it is linked to his professorship at Mainz University of Applied Sciences, which is a professorship for digital design and media informatics. But as Franz Anton already mentioned, it's an interdisciplinary team. I'm a dance and theater scholar. That's my background. We have software developers, we have designers in the team, and we are collaborating with a lot of institutions, theaters, dance companies, archives, educational institutions, other scholars from other disciplines. So in a way, the re-establishment at Mainz University of Applied Sciences also broadened a bit the scope compared to this first phase with the Forsyth Company, with a very clear goal at that time, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Maybe also a short comment on that picture on my first slide. It's more of a side note. Maybe this picture was captured at the International Tanzkongress in 2022 in Mainz, that happened in Mainz. And there we set up a sort of experimental space where a motion capture system was installed that was live streaming the movement data, the motion data into this VR glass. So you were sort of able to interact with yourself in this virtual hybrid space and environment. It's not something I'm going to talk about in so much detail, but I'll maybe come back to it, to something like that towards the end. Yeah, the first thing I did, and this is maybe a bit drier than this introductory image, is that I tried to map out a little bit with what kind of data we are actually dealing with in our work as a research group. How are we looking at dance as data? And you will recognize, I guess you will recognize these different types of data in the examples that I'm coming back to. And one of the most important, I would say, is time-based annotations. mostly video annotations, as you will see. Those can be unstructured, free text, free comments, or those can be more formalized, so they're also easier to read for computers. A second type is that you're all familiar with, I guess, is metadata. There I would divide a little bit between metadata related to documents or objects, and also very often related to video in contemporary dance, at least. Metadata that refers to events where we might not really have artifacts, or they're really scattered, or it's not really clear what kind of objects are leftovers from performative event, but we might have some information referring to that event. For example, when did it happen, where did it happen, who was involved, etc. This is maybe a bit compared to museums or other archives where you have objects. This is maybe a bit more specific to performative art in general, that we have this event-related data. In general, I will not talk so much about metadata. It's more in the background that this shows up, but the questions that have been discussed so far, also of interlinking and making links, is discussed more and more, and it's something we are definitely dealing with, but also more in collaboration with other institutions, with dance archives, or private collections, etc. And the third type I want to mention is sensor or movement data. So the most common data you're probably aware of is data coming from motion capture systems, they are also used in film. Mostly they are optical, so basically camera-based, looking from the outside on bodies moving in space. But there's also, in a way, the other perspective, you could say, where sensors are attached to a body. Mostly those are inertial measurement units. And both systems, in a way, are delivering numerical data about bodies moving in space and their actual position in space. Overall, all these data, I guess we can say that today it can be either generated manually or automatically. So there's the topic of AI and machine learning in the background. So, for example, with annotations, we can also generate video annotations automatically. A bit touching on that later. For the examples that follow, I would say that all this kind of data is in a way augmenting and supplementing video, that, if we follow dance scholar Mark Franco, has become the archival tool of choice, placing posterity within reach of many choreographers who could not previously afford to record their own work. And it's maybe also worth to mention that many of the examples or projects I will refer to in a minute are in a way also going beyond preservation and reactivation, but they are more generally concerned with communicating what often remains implicit within dance practice and choreography, or they're aiming at creating resources for studying choreographic thinking and for analyzing dance, or they're even meant to inspire new creative work. So the history of Motion Bank is very much linked to choreographer William Forsythe, and I think there are two projects where he tried to find out what new media, new technology, digital technology can do to document and also to transmit dance and choreographic thinking. One very known project is Improvisation Technologies, a tool for the analytical dance eye, on which he has been already working with in the 1990s, and which in the beginning was a CD-ROM compiling a series of videos where he was demonstrating specific movement qualities or movement concepts. He was also talking about these concepts, and as a new meme, you could say, maybe, these videos were also augmented by drawings. There were drawings on top of the video. You can see that in the still image, that try to illustrate specific geometrical concepts or concepts of drawing movement into the space. And today the CD-ROM is not available anymore, and I think the DVD is also not available anymore. But when William Forsythe handed over his archive to the Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe, I think it was last year, one of the first collaborations between William Forsythe and the Media Center was to develop this new website. So all those videos are now available on this website of the ZKM. Another big and well-known project by William Forsythe, Reproduced, which used to be a website that is not available anymore in its original form. There's a documentation website. And again, here, in a way, video was at the center, and it was augmented by additional layers of information. On the one hand, graphical information that was layered on top of the video, but because the video was embedded in a website, there was also additional information about relations between dancers, etc. I can't go in so much into detail here, but it's all documented on the original website. So video was again augmented by different layers of information in an interactive website, and you were also able, as a visitor of this website, to toggle different layers of information, both on top of the video or surrounding the video. In a way, Motion Bank then followed synchronous objects, but I would say, from a perspective today, the idea with Motion Bank was also to get away from the work of one specific choreographer, and in that case, William Forsythe, and also his quite structural approach, especially if we consider synchronous objects for one flat thing reproduced, which was really looking at a structural moment of visual counterpoint within the choreographies of, or within the specific choreography of William Forsythe. And by inviting other choreographers, when Motion Bank was part of the Forsythe company, and to do recordings with these guest choreographers, it was also a way, in a way, the idea to open up and to see what digital technology and new media can do more generally for capturing choreographic pieces and information around these pieces. And the goal of this phase, there was a lot more happening, but one of the core goals was to publish these web resources around the work of these invited guest choreographers, like Deborah Hay, which is shown here. They are also still online, to sort of achieve, to arrive there, one question of the Motion Bank team at that time was also what kind of tools, of digital tools, of devices, can we make use of? And they discovered that there was already one digital tool in use, one software in use within the Forsyth company, which they found incredibly useful. And this tool was called Peacemaker. It was a web application developed by a dancer of the company at that time. And David Kern, the dancer who developed the tool, wrote within, left a description of what the software is meant for, which is quoted here. So what is Peacemaker? Peacemaker is a multi-user application which assists in notating and scoring dance and theatrical pieces. In its capture mode, it helps you keep track of what happened in rehearsals. This includes rehearsal notes and a notation of rehearsal videos. And the core thing that the tool was doing was to basically link rehearsal notes to the video recording of the rehearsals. They were often recording entire rehearsals, and there was almost a protocol, like a lot of note-taking by the dramaturge and the assistants. And the tool allowed them to immediately link both to bring it together and make sure that the notes refer to a video via timestamp, so basically as video annotations, but really descriptive annotations. And it also had a specific mode of operating. It was not necessary for the company to first record the video, upload it, and then later add the comments, the annotations. But the software allowed them to capture comments and video at the same time. And after they uploaded the video, the comments, the annotations, and the video were synchronized. So this is illustrated here in this small diagram with a version which I'm using in that case, and that has been developed further by Motion Bank, because that was, it was an important finding for the team at that time, this tool, and it was considered to be very helpful, and it's still considered very helpful today, and it's also developed further until today. So this is a quick look at a more recent version. It has become more multimodal, so it's not only about linking comments to a video recording. You can also link another video or images or sound recordings. In the last years, we've also been integrating new machine learning tools into the software. For example, we can run a pose estimation and retrieve that data, and again augment the video recording with data that has been, in this case, extracting by computer vision algorithms. It's still collaborative, which means that multiple people can contribute to the same material, can capture different perspectives on the same material. And in this case, I want to point towards the content again, because in this case, we see a recording of a rehearsal where I've been taking a bit more the perspective of an observer, or I've been documenting the rehearsals in a similar way than has happened within the Forsyth company, and spent the whole rehearsal process with the company. And here comes in one example of how we've been then working with more formalized annotation. You can see in the background that I'm still switching a bit between different versions of the tool that we've been working with. But here, throughout the rehearsal process, I've been annotating the different sections of the piece that the dancers and the choreographers have defined for themselves throughout the rehearsal process. And I've been looking at all the run-throughs that they've been doing during the rehearsal process and also the final run-through, so to say, the premiere, actually. And through working with formalized annotations in terms of segmenting the piece, we were able to visualize that annotation data and from those 11 run-throughs that I've been annotating, and sort of came up with this representation of how the structure, in a way, of the piece evolved and how it changed throughout the process.
David, I'm sorry,
yeah,
but just don't forget the time.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I'll almost done.
Very good, great.
So one other type of data came in here within that project, because the final piece was, or the final version of the choreography was also captured with a motion capture system, a markerless, so it's just camera based, and dancers don't have to wear any special suits or something like that. And from that data, we were able to, for example, draw the movement path of the dancers within the space from this bird's eye perspective. The piece was also very graphical, which in that case came together very well. We also had this 3D animation, and we tried to bring all these layers together: the video recording, the annotations, at least in terms of the segments, the bird's eye perspective, and the 3D animation coming from the motion capture data. We also used this data to create an exhibition around the piece and how it emerged. It was a larger collaboration with Hans Mainz Company and the Kunsthalle Mainz, the art space in Mainz. There was also an art exhibition. I'm not going to talk about that in any more detail, but this was, yeah, a combination of a few different aspects. We've been working on this exhibition where we used all these different layers to communicate insights about the creation process, insights about the playful principles the choreography is working with. And there's also an online version, in a way, which you can find at here in betweenus.motionbank.org. Just to mention it, because it's also in the title of my talk, there's one format where we are also engaging people from various disciplines, but mainly from digital design, to engage with dance data in a way. It's a lab format that is traveling. It's called Choreographic Coding Lab, and has happened all over the world already. And it's an open format where a little bit like a hackathon, where we invite people to come together to work with the data and provide also some insights into how we are looking at that data and how we are working with that data. I'm dropping that example and just will mention our website, where you will find many more informations and also a list with our publications of the last year's academic publications. That's it. Sorry for being a bit over time.
Thank you, David. Yeah, well, it's always the problem that as a as a moderator, you have to keep an eye on that. Sure. Even though, of course, we would have loved to learn more details. Very interesting. Thank you very much for this rapid overview, which opens up many questions, but concerning the relationship between let's say, boundary objects and non-boundary objects, or as you say, event objects. But so if questions are in the public or in the audience, please keep them or note them down. But we decided to have a discussion on both presentations afterwards. And so now I'm very happy to present Mor Bashan for the next presentation. Mor has, I think I can say, been a dancer in the Noah Eshkol Chamber Dance Group before becoming also at the same time in a double function, let's say, the archivist or the head of the archives of the Noah Eshkol Foundation for Movement Notation. And contrasting to what we just, the examples we heard and also what David presented, this is really a project that is trying to work on a, let's say, existing compound of objects, making them digital, and developing or trying to develop a range of tools and ideas to enhance visibility and multiple use of this digitized collection. And so we are quite curious to learn more about this work. And also, of course, you have been involved in the setup and the curation, I don't know, the curation, but the setup of the current exhibition at Georg Kolbe Museum. So that's a very close link to this event. Oh, there you are. So Mor, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just a sec. And share screen with you. Okay. So thank you very much, Franz Anton, for the introduction, and Elizabeth for inviting me to share some notes and insights and thoughts about the notation archive of Noah Eshkol within the realm of dance archives. The Noah Eshkol Archive for Movement Notation documents over 50 years of research and centered all materials related to Noah Eshkol's great life achievement, which is turning the dance world into a literate written art form, into a tangible one. This topic is still controversial in the dance world, as if dance, by its very being ephemeral, is escaping verbal and written definitions. It's true that dance notation as a tool for research and documentation and preservation is acceptable and common, but the potential inherent in the notation for composition and creation, as expressed in the other performance art like music and theater, is not yet exhausted. But before we delve further into the unique aspect of this archive and its representation in the digital space, I'll briefly touch upon the artistic background and influences that led to the invention of the notation and its primary role as a compositional tool. I thought to start this presentation by watching a brief 1-minute raw footage from 1960, capturing Noah Eshkol dancing in a studio. It's a very rare clip, 1 out of 3, that is actually documenting Noah dancing live, and it was a huge surprise for her colleagues and dancers to actually being able to seeing her live, as since the early 60s, no one could see her. She stopped dancing in the group, and due to the digitization, restoration, and cataloging process, the footage is now available for the audience, and I'm happy to share this with you. Just So a bit of a history. Noa Eshkol was born in 1924 in Kibbutz Dgania Bet. She was the eldest daughter of Levi Eshkol, the third prime minister of Israel, and Rivka Maharashak. She's known, of course, for being a dancer, choreographer, dance composer, textile artist, pedagogue, intellectual, but most and for all, she's the inventor of Eshkol-Wachman movement notation, which stands at the core of her creation and the basis for her dance composition. It's interesting to know that her background is actually, her artistic background is music. At her youth, she studied piano with the musician Frank Peleg. She acquired knowledge of classical music and composition theory and learned about the important role the notation plays in composing music. Although she proved to be very talented at it, as I heard, at the age of 19, she's deciding to stop playing in favor of dancing, and she's joining the dance school of Tila Ressler, who was one of the pioneers of modern dance in Israel. She was a former student of Mary Wigman and Gret Paluca, and left Germany due to the Nazi regime. There, Eshkol is formulating her position that the world of dance lacks the essential tool for its development, which is notation. And in 1958, she writes about it. In order to reach the mature stature of an art such as music, the composition of dance will have to enter a phase in which the material itself is explored. At the days of Tila Ressler, she also gets acquainted with a young composer then, Herbert Brun, who was a pioneer of electronic and computer music and cybernetician. And very soon, she writes, Herbert became her mentor. He introduced her to modern music, to Schoenberg and Stockhausen. And she writes about the intellectual conversation about composition they used to have, and mention how Herbert actually strengthened her belief in the need of notation to the art of dance. And later, he also encourages her to invent her own notation when she finds Laban satisfactory enough for her, and she understands that she has to invent her own. This prompted her to look for a method and teacher of such a system, and Ressler suggests that she should study Laban. And then in 1948, she leaves Israel in search of a dance notation. She followed the Ressler advice and traveled to England, but was disappointed with what she found. She said that Laban notation is fundamentally literary, that it pairs symbols with verbal terms such as close movement, open, in, out. And she understands that what she's looking for is not exist, and she has to invent her own. She's returning to Israel in 1951, and there she starts a very rich teaching career. She begins teaching movement at the Avant-Garde Drama School of the Chamber Theater in Tel Aviv. And as a part of those movement classes, she shares with her students her initial attempts in creating the notation. One of her students then, Avraham Wachman, later a professor of architecture at the Technion, becomes aware of these experiments and gets involved with the project. He contributes the model of the spherical space of movement in accordance to the skeletal structure of the human body, what is known in Eshkol-Wachman as a system of reference within which each segment moves. The joint of each segment is the center of such a sphere or a globe, like a hand in a three-dimensional clock. And as a result of this anatomical structure, all movement of the human body will always be part of a circle. It takes them 7 years to create the infrastructure of Eshkol-Wachman movement notation, and the first book which explains and demonstrates the notation is published only in 1958. And now we were very happy to publish a re-edition of this book in the framework of the exhibition, the current exhibition at the Kolbe Museum. During those 7 years, from 51 to 58, the Chamber Dance Group, originally named the Chamber Dance Quartet, was founded by her to perform her dance composition developed through the emerged movement notation. Eshkol herself danced with the group until in the late 50s, when she became increasingly focused on developing Eshkol-Bachman movement notation, composing and teaching her dances. And after her death in 2007, the group was renamed the Noah Eshkol Chamber Dance Group and featured both veteran senior dancer Racheli Nul Kahana, who is above 80, and as well as members who have joined the group since, Noga Goral, Dror Shoval, and myself. It's hard to talk about Noah without mentioning also her textile work, although it's not directly part of the dance notation or the dance archive or the notation archive. So I'll just go briefly. So in 1973, at the breakout of the Yom Kippur War, one of Noah's dancers, Shmulik Zaidel, is enlisting to his military service. And Noah said that this is no time to dance. And she stopped working with the group on dancing, and she started a new practice, which she continuing this until the rest of her life. She began creating large format textile assemblages or wall carpets, all hand sewn using found fabric scraps. And what started as a hobby or as a pure passion, as she described it, went on and on until the rest of her life. Okay, and now we're reaching maybe to the core of this, the idea behind the notation system. Why notation, actually? And notation is a compositional tool. So as I said at the very beginning, movement notation is a compositional tool. It's a unique phenomenon for Noah in the dance world. It was created and developed out of compositional interest and out of an almost desperate search for new and unfamiliar movement combinations. The story tells that when Noah was asked how come she was going on this journey seeking for movement notation, she answers, because I want to have new movements. Historically also, of course, she began creating dances in a period of time characterized by opposition to the existing style in the dance world and a search for alternatives. A representative example of this rebellion is Yvonne Rainer's famous No documents from '65. As we all know, no to virtuosity, no to magic and illusion, and so on. Rainer and others looked for other ways of composition, for example, using pedestrian movement, and it is very clear what they came up against, but it is not entirely clear what the alternative they proposed. Noah, too, was looking for new and more comprehensive definition of dance, but her conclusion is different and much more radical and fundamental in my view. And here is what she said about it and how she phrased it. She writes that since the entire focus is upon movement, the material, there is no need for musical accompaniment, scenery, special costumes, or lightning effect, none of the usual adjacent of theatrical dance. The essential requirement for defining the field, the conceptual tool, is needed so that it is possible to think in the material, to search for ways of observing and thereafter controlling the relations within the material. The notation, just like the alphabet, allow her actually to break down the phenomena of the body movement into its very basic units or into its alphabet. And as we all know, the smaller the building blocks are, the greater the variety of combination that can be assembled from them. And now, since the late 50s, with the possession of her notation, which function as a movement generator, she begins to create dance cycles, or what she calls suites, dance suites, where each suite shares common themes or movement motive, which she handled in different way in each dance. So in a way, it's all some kind of theme and variation. And these modes of handling the motive or theme directly stem from the definition and values of the movement notation and would not have been possible without it. And of course, the archive is documenting all of this process of inventing the notation, as I was just briefly describing. It's interesting for me to mention that this notation archive was actually founded by Noah during her lifetime and not just after she passed away. And it's located in a historical house in the city of Holon, outside of Tel Aviv. And I think that this might suggest something of her historical consciousness and sense of history and awareness. The archive encompasses her estate in its entirety. It is organized by thematic divisions, including all materials related to the formation of EWMN, which is a unique and original Israeli invention. It documents the notation stages of development since its inception in the late 40s until today. And as we are talking now in the framework of dance archives, I would say that unlike traditional dance archives, which primarily rely on oral traditions, the core of this unique collection includes text, movement, and dance scores, drawing, compositional notation studies, books, and manuscript lesson plans, and more. Those beside, of course, more typically and common objects or media that we can find in dance archives, like posters, photographs, and video collection. And as the very fundamental or seminal thing that Eshkol and Wachman are doing in the book of 58, they are writing that to begin with, it's important to note that this notation is a movement notation rather than dance notation, which means that it can describe the whole phenomena of movement. And therefore, the materials you can find in the archive goes much beyond dance and open doors to interdisciplinary research and applications, from zoology to computer graphics, from martial art to early autism detection, and the application of this universal language are boundless. Okay, and the digitization process or the digital space of this collection. In 2012, the Noah Eshkol Foundation for Movement Notation initiated the conservation and digitizations of the archive as part of its responsibility to preserve Noah Eshkol's legacy. The digital catalog hosted by Harvard University and is based on the architectural structure of the original physical archive as was founded by Eshkol in her lifetime. And of course, one of the effects of the archive's digitization has been the virtual emancipation of this physical structure, or the scores, correspondences, videos, and other media. It's enabled to take them from their shelves into and brought into new frame of references. And this initiative of archival capsule was an idea to compromise or to find solution to the fact that the digitization process went for more than 10 years. And we wanted to find a platform, to create a platform to already share the scanned digital files. And then we came up with this initiative of archival capsule that initially we were thinking of it as an online dynamic and variable exhibitions or galleries curated from the eclectic materials in the archive. On one hand, they are conceived to parallel the original thematic organization, as well as representing and proposing new compilation of materials. The initial thought also behind was that each user would be able to create and curate his own collection with the intention of creating a software for sharing the collections in a sort of a social network. This idea is not yet been fully realized, but I hope I would be able to share some of the capsules curated here. So we're thinking of just to go over the basic principles of Eshkol-Bachman movement notation to look at these capsules, which are a collection of illustrations made by John G. Harris and Avraham Wachman to illustrate the basic principles of the notation, and it was all published in 1958. Here, for example, we can see what we call stick figure or a man without qualities, and it represents the abstractions of the human body into a system of straight axes, where each part of the body is connected to another part with a common joint, and as a result, all movement of the human body or any other body that is sharing the same anatomical structure will always be part of a circle. We can visualize some of the and here we can see, for example, the tiniest circle, which is a rotational movement. Another illustration of a rotatory movement. This is an example of the individual horizontal planes of each moving limb, because this spherical or the orbit, the globe, is imagined to be around each joint, and each single limb is having its own spherical space of movement. There is an illustration of rotatory movement of the head with a sense of movement.
I'm not sure we are seeing the same images you are talking about.
Really?
I'm still at archival capsules, you know, the kind of the 4 images. You have the illustrations
Oh my
from
God.
movement, 4 seasons,
so something
early
went
years.
wrong with the... I'm so sorry.
Oh.
But this I might be able to go through the... Can you see it now?
Yes, now we can see.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. So this is the stick figure or the man without quality. I was just looking at your faces and I was wondering, okay, and an illustration of rotatory movement, the tiniest circle. Please let me know if anything is going wrong. Don't hesitate. The individual horizontal plane of each moving limb. I just want to go to a conical movement, which is the second type of movement. It's a circle, it's bigger than rotational movement, but smaller than the plane movement, which would be the greatest circle. Which we can hopefully visualize here. Can you see the plane circle now, the beautiful illustration?
Yes. Now we can see.
Amazing. Another illustration, and so on. And let's try and see, hopefully, how we apply the same principle, the same spherical on the EWMN and animal behavior. Can you see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, excellent.
Yes, we see the golden jackal.
Exactly, the golden jackal. So we see here on the side the manuscript page representing the hierarchy of the parts of the body. Some beautiful photos, but because of, and this is what I wanted to show, how the straight axis of the body is actually applied to the movement, to the body of the golden jackal. Just like the stick figures. Again, we see the manuscript page and the joints and segments of the jackal. And here we apply this, imagine the spherical space around each, where the joint of the segment is the center of such a spherical space. Do I have time to show one more, or it's just
we are
no?
it's
okay.
I think if we want some time for discussion, we
yeah,
might...
so I just want yes, I just want to quickly go over some examples. Can you see it now?
Yeah, using the archive.
Okay. So exactly. So some example of contemporary response to archival materials, or if you want the physical archival capsules.
Now there's an issue. I'm sorry. Now there's an issue with us hearing you. It's very remote.
Very remote.
Unless it's just me. Now it's better.
It's better?
Yes.
I'm from a very far away, you know.
I know. I know.
Okay, here we can see a project of reenactment or reconstruction of a work from 1953 by Yael Bartana. Repertoire as an archive, the Batsheva Ensemble performing some dance compositions of Noah Eshkol. The first time the professional dance company was actually learning it. And the archive today is open. You can see Lepeki here, open for students, choreographers, dancers, curators, for all of you actually. And you are very welcome to visit us at noaheshkol.org and the physical house in Holon. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I unmuted. Well, thank you, Mo. That was really very fascinating, and it would offer a lot of points to enter a discussion on, let's say, historic aspects on how movement notation came about, what kind of thinking was behind. But we might want to be more into issues of actually the digital treatment, to call it that way. That is now a new possibility for these corpora of work, both for Forsyth and for Noah Eshkol. I don't see questions from the audience, do I? Should I? No, there are no questions.
Because it was all so clear.
It was all, yes, of course. It was all very clear and astonishing, smashing. But maybe the idea of archival capsules, because this is something that's very, let's say, unusual, or that's a very, let's say, catchy concept also, to deal with the digital content in a way that's not so much based, let's say, linked to a database or to a systematic organization of knowledge. Or can you specify a bit what, how it works, how you came to think of that, and what you imagine to do with these archival capsules?
So it was actually that we were having a fund to build up a site, a website for our archive, hoping that all the digitized catalog will be uploaded there. But it took us such a long time, because we were thinking in the very beginning that the project would last for 3 years. It started by 2 years, 3 years, and now we are ending more than 10 years. But I can say that we did it. It's done.
Oh.
It's already there. So in the meantime, we were thinking of how can we first use the fund that we were about to get, and second, find some kind of a compromise, not to upload all of the materials, because we were digitizing everything without having any kind of having to make any selection out of the materials. We were very lucky and privileged to just scan all materials systematically. And then we were thinking, okay, but how to upload all of this? And we didn't have, and we still don't have any platform for that. We are still thinking of it. Mm-hmm. So as a compromise, we came up with this idea that maybe we will just make our selections as archivists or people who are working in the house and are familiar with the materials. And we were thinking that each of us might even make his own collections of material, and then we would upload those in the meanwhile. And if you would look at our website, there is still the tab or the field for a search in the archive, which is still under construction for many, many years. So this is the next stage that we are hoping to get into in the coming up future, if you want. This is on our wish list.
Oh, okay, great. So there's maybe a link directly to David. All the material you are, let's say, generating by doing motion capturing, let's say, dance sequences, choreographic events, etc., is this supposed to be, or is there, let's say, an ideal image of having this available to everyone, or are there selection processes in which you determine these are, let's say, more significant than others, or how do you deal with the mass of data you're producing?
I don't know if it is such a mass. I think it always has been a bit project-based in a way, so it was also very much related to the constellations that received funding to collaborate on such documentation and capture processes. So within the first phase of Motion Bank, it was the idea of inviting those 3 guest choreographers who I think were invited by William Forsythe personally at that time. Later on, moving to Mainz, the Tanz Mainz is ensemble, which is very close to our building in a way. We got into conversation and then this collaboration emerged. So I think it, with quite a few of, with some of the collaborations, it has been very on a personal level, you could say. And then I think the idea with the tool maybe is more that we develop the software tool. There, the idea is very strong to make that accessible to, because we don't understand ourselves as an archive or collection in a way. We try to support individual artists or institutions with documentation processes in a way. And so it's maybe more about making those tools and methods available than the actual data, which then should either be provided by individual artists, a company, an archive, a research institute, or something like that. So until now, that hasn't been our focus. I think those online publications are in a way sharing the resources that have been created, but it's there's not a centralized data repository, and it's also maybe more the idea of a distributed network of repositories
of possibility, of possible potential. There is a question in the audience. More, I'm not sure if you saw it. I'm going to read it. How is your proper dance practice linked to the archival work? That's something I would love to know. Jeanette is asking. Jeanette Brabenetz.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's something that I'm always thinking of. First, it was not, it's not connected to each other from the first place. I started as a dancer in the group, and then few years after I was already dancing in the group, I was asked to assist in the archive, just cataloging and preparing the material for the digitization process. And but I realized with this, first, I'm very much interested and fascinated with the, I don't know how to say, with this axis or tension between the memory of the body, if you want, or the non-verbal memory, and the notations and the scores. And this is one thing that is making some kind of mutual relationship or interrelated relationship. And another thing that for me as a dancer in the group, some of our practice is also to read the notations. We are working with written text. So for me, the archive is also like a text in a way that each kind of like each how to having to catalog the material, to describe them, to collect them in a certain way, to make priorities, which one to select here, what's make the archival practice as reading as well for me, with all what it unfolds in terms of filling in the gaps, or having to imagine or following the traces of the author that is not there. And I feel that it supports each other. I have the information and the knowledge about the creation of the dances and about some of the thoughts and ideas that Noah was living in notes and scores. And then I also having the notation scores, bringing into life the symbols and graphical representation. So it's both has to do with the reading for me in a way, and as being a reader, and with the performance in this sense, if reading is performing. I don't know if it's clear enough, but
well, thanks, Mor. This is a fascinating topic. You know, as your presentation has been titled "Orality and Literacy," or the term of dance literacy. That's, I think, is something that has been coined by William Forsythe. But looking at the time, I'm afraid we have to kind of end the discussion here. We are quite over time already, so I know that for organizers, Elisabeth is and Eva, I think you're kind of nervous, becoming nervous. So thank you very much, Mor and David, for your presentations, and I think Elisabeth, it's up to you now to see how we're going to get out of this
Yes.
45-minute delay.
Yes, that's no problem, because we wouldn't had a 30-minute break. So we are only like 5 minutes behind now. And we will directly dive into the third session. And I will introduce our moderator, Friederike Haufe. And now I will switch to German, because this session will be entirely in German. Also ich freue mich, kurz Friederike Haufe vorzustellen. Sie forscht am Institut für Praktiken und Theorien der Künste an der Hochschule der Künste in Bern zum Thema künstlerische Nachlässe. Sie hat Kunstgeschichte studiert und sie lehrt Kunstgeschichte an der FU Berlin und leitet verschiedene Hochschulweiterbildungen im Bereich der Professionalisierung im Kunstbetrieb. So zum Beispiel seit 2007 Management im Kunstmarkt an der Freien Universität Berlin und seit 2010 einen Kurs zum Kuratieren und seit 2016 Kunstwerk Nachlass an der Universität der Künste Berlin. Und von 2017 bis 2021 war sie Mitglied des Vorstands des Bundesverbands der Künstlernachlässe. Ich halte es jetzt nur so ganz kurz, damit wir direkt in die Session einsteigen können. Und übergebe dir das Feld, den Staffelstab, Friederike.
Vielen Dank, Elisabeth. Ich hoffe, ich bin zu hören. Gut, etwas unvermittelt jetzt, weil ich die Pause doch noch eine Pause erwartete. Okay, in den folgenden beiden Beiträgen geht es nicht um Nachlässe. Vielmehr geht es hier um 2 Fotoarchive von 2 lebenden KünstlerInnen. Im Beitrag von Viktoria Brüggemann, also dem ersten, geht es um das Archiv des Fotografen Friedrich Brenner, der in mehr als 40 Ländern Ausdrucksformen jüdischen Lebens in der Diaspora mit der Kamera festhielt. Brenner arbeitet innerhalb des interdisziplinären Forschungsteams an konzeptionellen und inhaltlichen Fragestellungen sowie an der Katalogisierung mit. Am Beispiel von Frederik Brenner wird es um das Thema der Visualisierung kultureller Sammlungen gehen, also in dem Vortrag von Viktoria Brüggemann. Im nachfolgenden Beitrag von Monika Huber geht es um die im Rahmen ihrer künstlerischen Forschung selbst angelegte Bilddatenbank. Sie enthält über 40.000 Datensätze von täglich aufgenommenen Nachrichtenbeiträgen, die sie selbst verschlagwortet und mit einer Beschreibung versieht. Es entsteht eine ikonografische Sammlung von Ausdrucksformen der Gewalt und deren Folgen bei verschiedenen revolutionären oder kriegerischen Ereignissen. Die Bilder sind in Auswahl Grundlage für ihre analoge künstlerische Arbeit. So geht es in beiden Beiträgen quasi um die visuelle Darstellung von räumlich und zeitlich zerstreuten Daten, könnte man vielleicht sagen, und deren Nutzung, also deren einerseits Auslesen der Prozessualität beim künstlerischen Prozess der Auswahl und der Materialität und bei der anderen um Muster von Gesten und Haltungen im ikonografischen Sinne. Ich möchte beide Vortragende jeweils vor dem Vortrag vorstellen und damit starte ich jetzt bei Viktoria Brüggemann. Viktoria Brüggemann ist Kulturwissenschaftlerin. Sie studierte an der Fachhochschule Potsdam und an der Europa-Universität Viadrina in Frankfurt-Oder. Ihre bisherige wissenschaftliche Arbeit ist durch die Mitarbeit in interdisziplinären Teams geprägt. Dies trifft für die kuratorische Probebühne des Humboldt Lab Dahlem zu, das Impulse für die Ausstellungsdisplays im Ethnologischen Museum und im Museum für asiatische Kunst vor Eröffnung des Humboldt-Forums lieferte. Genauso trifft das für Viktoria Brüggemanns wissenschaftliche Arbeit im Urban Complexity Lab an der Fachhochschule Potsdam zu, wo sie im Projekt Granularitäten von Zerstreuung und Materialität an der Datenanalyse und Visualisierung des Fotoarchivs Frederik Brenners über Diaspora mitarbeitet. Und damit gebe ich jetzt das Wort an Viktoria Brüggemann. Herzlich willkommen.
Hallo, vielen Dank für die tolle Einführung. Ich teile sofort. Ja, vielen Dank für die tolle Einführung und dass ich heute hier unser Forschungsprojekt vorstellen darf. Das sich ganz kurz Gradim nennt. Da muss ich jetzt nicht so oft Granularitäten hoffentlich sagen, wahrscheinlich trotzdem noch oft genug. Genau, und es wurde ja schon ganz viel jetzt auch in der Einführung gesagt. Ich bin heute stellvertretend hier für unser Team am UC Lab, das sich aus diesen Personen zusammensetzt und eben auch stellvertretend für unseren Projektpartner Frederik Brenner, dessen Werk ja jetzt auch schon kurz vorgestellt wurde und ich werde später aber auch noch einiges zeigen. Ich wollte ganz kurz unsere Forschung zur Visualisierung kultureller Sammlungen vorstellen. Das ist ein interdisziplinärer Forschungsstrang hier an der Fachhochschule Potsdam am UC Lab und auch eingebettet in die Lehre zwischen den Fachbereichen Interface Design, Kulturarbeit und Informationswissenschaften. Und das Ziel der Forschung ist die Entwicklung von neuartigen, explorativen Interfaces für und mit kulturellen Sammlungen und Archiven. Und am Anfang stand quasi diese Erkenntnis, dass viele digitale Sammlungen von kulturellen Institutionen dem gleichen traditionellen Aufbau folgen. Das heißt, die Bilder der Kunstwerke oder der Objekte sind angeordnet in Thumbnail-Listen und eine Suchbox und Links zu anderen Listen oder zu anderen Kunstwerken sind die vorwiegende Art der Fortbewegung in solchen digitalen Sammlungen. Und damit ist natürlich die Frage, wenn man sich mit einer Sammlung noch gar nicht auskennt, wenn man vielleicht zum allerersten Mal auf die Website kommt, wo fängt man an, wenn man keine konkrete Forschungsfrage hat? Also wie bewegt man sich durch diese Sammlungen, wenn man jetzt vielleicht nicht diesen vorgegebenen Wegen folgen möchte? Und außerdem steht dem natürlich gegenüber, dass die Sammlungen eigentlich sehr vielfältige Daten besitzen, die über Jahre der Digitalisierung erstellt wurden. Das heißt, es gibt eigentlich sehr viele Geschichten, die es in diesen Archiven und Sammlungen zu entdecken gibt. Aber wie findet man diese eben, wenn man die Sammlung noch nicht kennt? Also ich will das gar nicht so negativ jetzt darstellen oder irgendwie verteufeln. Natürlich sind Suchinterfaces sinnvoll und vor allem für ExpertInnen, die eben Forschungsfragen haben oder Provenienzforschung machen. Und ebenfalls ist es dann total sinnvoll, auch Konventionen zu folgen. Also dass sich da bestimmte Gewohnheiten etabliert haben, ist natürlich total verständlich. In unserer Forschung fragen wir uns aber, wie wir visuelle Interfaces und Prototypen entwickeln können, die der Ästhetik, Materialität und Bedeutung einer Sammlung gerecht werden können. Und unter dieser Fragestellung sind unter anderem schon diese Prototypen an der FH Potsdam entstanden. Das sind zum Beispiel Sammlungen oben links, eine Sammlung mit Glasnegativen, dann eine Münzsammlung, Fontanes Handbibliothek, also eine Sammlung mit digitalisierten Büchern und Notizen in ihnen und unten rechts Zeichnungen von Friedrich Wilhelm IV. Und ich kann jetzt leider natürlich nicht ganz genau auf diese Projekte eingehen, aber ich wollte einmal die Vielfalt der Sammlungen und Ansätze zeigen, mit denen wir oder ich und meine KollegInnen uns beschäftigen, dass es ganz verschieden ist vom Umfang der Sammlungen einmal, was wir für Daten haben, also den Umfang der Metadaten, aber auch mit was für Sammlungen wir uns eben beschäftigen. Also ist das Kunst, bildende Kunst, ist das Literatur? Haben wir wirklich haptische Objekte oder gibt es vielleicht sogar nur die Daten? Und das Ziel unserer Forschung ist eben immer, die gesamte Sammlung in einem Prototypen zu zeigen und Bewegungen zwischen verschiedenen Granularitätsleveln zu ermöglichen. Also einerseits eine Übersicht zu ermöglichen, sodass wirklich die ganze Sammlung sichtbar wird, aber ebenso möglichst stufenlos bis ins kleinste Detail schauen zu können. Mit unserem Projekt stehen wir jetzt noch relativ am Anfang dieses Prozesses oder eigentlich so in der Mitte des Prozesses. Ja, Frederik Brenners Werk wurde jetzt schon kurz vorgestellt. Er fotografiert seit inzwischen 45 Jahren die jüdische Diaspora, hat in über 40 Ländern fotografiert und ist wahrscheinlich am meisten für seine Porträts bekannt. Sein Werk lässt sich so ganz grob in 3 Teile gliedern. Die wollte ich einmal kurz vorstellen und ein paar Fotos zeigen, um einfach einen Eindruck zu vermitteln. Das erste Projekt nannte sich Diaspora, Homelands in Exile. Und das erste Foto, was veröffentlicht wurde, ist dieses hier aus Jerusalem 1978 mit Schnee, also ein ganz ungewohnter Anblick. Es gibt in dem Werk situative und inszenierte Werke, also auch sogar bis hin zu dokumentarischen Fotografien. Und das größte, in dem Sinne inszenierte Projekt war dieses in den USA, wo Fotos von jüdischen Menschen, zum Beispiel Barbra Streisand und Ruth Bader Ginsburg, in einer Installation auf Ellis Island fotografiert wurden. Auf Diaspora als weltweites Projekt folgte dann ein Projekt, das in Israel stattfand, mit 12 anderen FotografInnen, die nicht aus Israel stammen und eben dort fotografiert haben. Unser Projekt enthält jetzt aber nur die Fotos, die Frederik Brenner in diesem Projekt aufgenommen hat. Also einen relativ kleinen Teil. Wir sehen jetzt, hat er in Farbe fotografiert, ist aber immer noch analoge Fotografie. Und neben Porträts gibt es jetzt zum Beispiel auch verstärkt Landschafts- und Architekturfotografie. Eine Besonderheit, auf die ich hinweisen wollte, ist, dass bei der Veröffentlichung der Fotos bisher fast nie Titel oder Beschreibungen veröffentlicht wurden, also zum Beispiel in Ausstellungen, da Frederik Brenner nicht den Eindruck erwecken möchte, dass es nur eine einzige Interpretation oder eben eine richtige Antwort auf Fragen gibt, die sich beim Betrachten der Fotos vielleicht stellen. Das letzte Projekt fand in Berlin statt und der Titel Zerheilt ist inspiriert von einem Zitat von Paul Celan, der geschrieben hat, man hat mich zerheilt. Auf Englisch, they have healed me to pieces, grob übersetzt. Und jetzt sind wir bei digitaler Fotografie angekommen und wieder gibt es keine offiziellen Titel oder Informationen bisher. Zum Beispiel bei diesem Bild könnte ich ja erzählen, dass das Tattoo, was man dort auf dem Rücken des Mannes sieht, der Anfang von Adornos Minima Moralia ist. Aber diese Informationen waren bisher eben dem Publikum, das die Fotos gesehen hat, gar nicht zugänglich. Ein kurzer Überblick über die Daten, mit denen wir jetzt arbeiten oder was das Archiv alles umfasst. Wir haben es zu tun mit ungefähr 150.000 Fotos und zusätzlich noch anderem Material, auf das ich auch gleich noch eingehen werde. Und jetzt sind wir oder Frederiks Team gerade in dem Prozess, Metadaten wie eben Titel und Beschreibungen, Orte und Personen zum allerersten Mal zu katalogisieren. Also das Archiv ist jetzt komplett digitalisiert, alle Fotografien sind digitalisiert und jetzt folgt eben der Schritt, auch Metadaten hinzuzufügen. Das passiert mit einem ganz großen Team auf Frederiks Seite. Vor allem auch hat er Personen aus den Ländern, in denen er fotografiert hat, die ihm quasi dabei helfen. Also er ist selbst auch beteiligt am Katalogisieren, aber eben Personen, die ihm auch helfen, zum Beispiel Orte zu identifizieren oder Personen auf den Fotos oder zum Beispiel regionale Traditionen zu erklären und zu erfassen. Dann wollte ich noch mal ganz kurz auf die verschiedenen Granularitätsebenen zurückkommen, die so prominent in unserem Projekttitel eben vorkommen und ein paar Beispiele geben, was wir damit meinen. Einerseits Granularitäten der Zerstreuung, das bezieht sich natürlich auf die geografische Streuung der Fotos, also wo sie entstanden sind in den jüdischen Gemeinden, Dörfern und Familien auf der ganzen Welt. Und Frederik ist zum Beispiel dieser Familie aus dem Jemen, beziehungsweise vor allem dem Jungen, den wir dort auf der linken Seite sehen, gefolgt, im Prinzip sein ganzes Leben lang bis heute und hat ihn im Jemen kennengelernt und er ist dann aber als junger Mann nach Israel emigriert und dort hat Frederik ihn dann auch wieder mit seiner Familie, seiner Frau und seinem Kind fotografiert. Das heißt, diese Fotos enthalten verschiedene Bedeutungsebenen, jetzt sowohl im Zusammenhang mit dem gesamten Archiv als auch natürlich schon in sich selbst, denn sie zeigen private Familienszenen und halten Beziehungen fest zwischen den Menschen, die dort abgebildet sind. Sie zeigen jüdische Rituale und Bräuche, Symbole. Zum Beispiel hier unten links sehen wir, wie die Kinder die Tora studieren und sie lesen dabei das Buch teilweise auf dem Kopf, weil es eben nur ein Buch gibt. Und das heißt, sie versammeln sich um das Buch und lesen gemeinsam darin, während nebenan auch die tägliche Arbeit des Schmieds verrichtet wird. Wenn wir das gesamte Archiv betrachten, dann ist die Frage, wie fügen sich diese Geschichten oder diese Symbole und was alles hinter den Fotos quasi steht, zusammen und in welcher Form liegen sie uns dann auch als Daten vor. Denn wir wollen eben 150.000 Fotos und anderes Material, das bisher noch nie gezeigt oder digitalisiert oder katalogisiert wurde, sichtbar machen. Und teilweise können wir dadurch zum Beispiel auch den Entstehungsprozess der Fotos nachvollziehen. Also ich würde mit diesen Beispielen darauf hinweisen, dass wir es eben mit einem in sich schon weit verzweigten Archiv zu tun haben und dass wir dennoch nach einem roten Faden suchen, der uns durch das Archiv führt. Dabei ist natürlich der erste Schritt, sich erstmal einen Überblick zu verschaffen und diese grundlegenden Informationen zu katalogisieren. Und dieser Überblick umfasst verschiedene Medien und auch die Materialität von ihnen, was ein weiterer Schwerpunkt unseres Förderantrags war. Neben den Fotos haben wir auch Kontaktabzüge, Filmhüllen, Tagebücher und die Publikationen, Ausstellungsbücher im Archiv, die auch komplett transkribiert und übersetzt werden soll. Und so gewinnen wir eben verschiedene Ebenen der Interpretation, also von der Produktion der Fotos über ihre Auswahl, Verbreitung und Ausstellung bis jetzt zur Zusammenführung quasi in dem großen digitalen Archiv. Und in unserem Prototypen, Visualisierungsprototypen, wollen wir diese verschiedenen Ebenen zeigen und die Materialität und Prozesshaftigkeit fassbar machen. Wie vorhin schon erwähnt, spielen dabei eben auch Granularitätsebenen eine Rolle, also dass verschiedene Ansichten bis ins kleinste Detail ermöglicht werden, um diese Materialität nicht zu verlieren, wie zum Beispiel bei den Zeichnungen von Friedrich Wilhelm IV. Auf der linken Seite. Dass wir eben in dem Überblick zwar übergreifende Muster sehen können, aber bis ins kleinste Detail eben diese einzelnen Blätter trotzdem gehen können. Oder dass zum Beispiel auf der rechten Seite Kategorien von Lesespuren zusammengefasst werden und so ganz andere und neue Blicke auf die Daten möglich werden. Das bezieht sich nicht nur auf die visuelle Repräsentation, sondern auch auf die Interaktion, also wie man sich konkret dann durch die Prototypen bewegen kann. Das sind jetzt nur so Interaktionsbeispiele, dass auch die Übergänge zwischen diesen Granularitätsebenen eben möglichst sichtbar bleiben und nachvollziehbar werden für diejenigen, die sich das angucken und damit interagieren. Co-Design ist ein wichtiger Bestandteil unserer Projekte und wir haben natürlich ganz regelmäßige Treffen mit Frederik, aber auch Zoom-Meetings mit seinem Team. Und daneben versuchen wir uns mindestens einmal im Jahr alle in Präsenz zu treffen, um an neuen Konzepten zu arbeiten. Und uns ist es dabei wichtig, dass wir auch Personen einladen, die nicht direkt am Projekt beteiligt sind, um eben ihre Ideen einzubringen. Letzten Sommer haben wir uns dafür 3 Tage in Berlin getroffen und dabei sind unter anderem diese Collagen aus den Fotos entstanden. Und wir haben die Erfahrung gemacht, dass diese praktische Tätigkeit eigentlich immer sehr fruchtbar ist, weil man sich so ein bisschen wegbewegt von der konkreten Frage, wie kann jetzt ein Interface aussehen, wie kann eine Plattform aussehen oder welche Daten haben wir eigentlich, geht das überhaupt, was ich mir vorstelle, und dass man einfach erstmal mit dem Material arbeitet, was da ist. Und noch wichtiger als die als die Collagen sind eigentlich die Diskussionen darüber, die wir dann aufzeichnen und auch transkribieren. Das sieht man rechts so ein bisschen in dem Miro-Board. Und dadurch können wir abbilden, welche Themen immer wiederkehren oder welche Ideen vielleicht als besonders ansprechend oder vielversprechend wahrgenommen wurden. Aus diesen Ergebnissen entstehen dann auch die ersten Ideen für Datenanalysen und Visualisierungen. Da wollte ich jetzt zum Schluss noch ein paar Beispiele zeigen, was bisher entstanden ist. Vieles ist mit Python gemacht, einiges sind auch schon so erste halbwegs funktionale Web-Prototypen. Hier sehen wir zum Beispiel erstmal eine visuelle Analyse der Fotos, links die dominanten Farben der Fotos, einiger Fotos. Nicht überraschend sieht man, dass hauptsächlich Grautöne sind, weil hauptsächlich Schwarz-Weiß-Fotografien im Archiv sind. Und rechts zum Beispiel eine Analyse von Personen und Gesichtern in den Bildern. Also so eine Aggregation der Fotos und dann auch in ihrer Gesamtheit, wo man vielleicht sieht, ob es Muster gibt, die bisher noch gar nicht gesehen wurden. Das ist ein relativ simples erstes Explorationsinterface, das auch beim Katalogisieren helfen kann. Ich bin jetzt gar nicht so sehr auf den Ablauf der Katalogisierung eingegangen, aber wir bekommen immer mehr Metadaten eben, welche wir in ein Content-Management-System überführen. Und mit diesem Interface können wir dann zum Beispiel auch einen ersten Blick auf die erhaltenen Daten werfen. das Video mit. Also es ist hier nach Ländern geordnet und dann kann man pro Land erstmal alle Fotos nebeneinander sehen. Und hier ist jetzt, glaube ich, schon nach einer Person gefiltert oder jetzt nach Kategorien, wie zum Beispiel ist es ein Porträt oder ist es eine Landschaft. Und so wird der Vergleich zwischen Ländern möglich, auch für uns eben, um zu sehen, welche Daten sind überhaupt da und wie konsistent sind die. Dann noch eine erste Übersicht über die besuchten Länder. Also da gehen wir sozusagen durch die Zeit, beziehungsweise man kann auch auf der Zeitleiste, so wie jetzt gerade, springen und eben sehen, in welchen Ländern fotografiert wurden. Es gibt dann ein Vorschaubild. Und anhand der Größe der Kreise unten auf der Zeitleiste können wir sehen, wie viele Fotos wo entstanden sind, also in welchen Ländern besonders viele Fotos entstanden sind. Und beim Hovern über die Leiste sieht man jetzt, können wir sehen, wann in dem gleichen Land noch fotografiert wurde, weil es ja doch einige Länder gibt, die mehrmals eben besucht wurden. Und zum Schluss noch ein erstes Personennetzwerk. Also hier wird gezeigt, wer mit wem auf einem Foto zusammen abgebildet ist innerhalb dieses Landes. Und diese ersten Visualisierungen sind Teil des Forschungsprozesses, weil sie zum Beispiel uns jetzt auch schon Lücken oder Ungenauigkeiten aufzeigen können. Also wir sehen zum Beispiel hier in diesem Netzwerk, dass der größte Punkt No Depicted People ist. Das heißt, es sagt mir, wir haben jetzt vielleicht in diesem Land ganz viele Fotos, da haben wir gar keine Info oder da sind gar keine Personen abgebildet oder wir haben vielleicht keine Info über die Namen der Personen, die dort gezeigt werden. Das heißt, die Visualisierungen sind schon ein Forschungstool an sich und eben Teil dieses Co-Design-Prozesses, den ich erwähnt habe, in dem wir uns natürlich dann mit Frederik und seinem Team, aber auch mit potenziellen NutzerInnen oder eben Archiven austauschen. Und während wir uns jetzt in diesem iterativen Prozess befinden, tauchen natürlich auch immer neue Fragen auf. Also eigentlich könnte man wahrscheinlich ewig weiter forschen. Das ist ja meistens so. Weshalb eben der Austausch aber auch für uns so wichtig ist. Ich habe vorhin auch schon aufgehorcht, weil wir eben auch zum Beispiel die sehr praktische Frage haben, wie wir mit den persönlichen Informationen der fotografierten Person umgehen. Also ob wir zum Beispiel vollständige Namen überhaupt veröffentlichen können. Bisher haben wir jetzt erstmal abgekürzt. Andererseits ist es ja toll, dass wir eben diese Reichhaltigkeit an Daten haben und dass wir so viel wissen über die Person und über die Gemeinden. Ja, auch wie viele Metadaten können und sollen wir eigentlich sammeln? Wann wird es vielleicht auch zu viel? Wie definieren wir Autoritätslisten, zum Beispiel mit Schlagworten? Wie gehen wir mit Automatisierung versus Kuratierung um? Und ja, nicht zuletzt, wie und welche Geschichten wollen wir letztlich erzählen und was für Pfade wollen wir vielleicht auch den NutzerInnen unserer Visualisierung dann kuratiert anbieten. Vielen Dank fürs Zuhören und ich freue mich auf den Austausch.
Ja, vielen Dank, Veronika Brüggemann, für diesen jetzt sehr anschaulich gewordenen Einblick. Wir haben ja selber gesehen, das Abstract war uns vielleicht noch sehr theoretisch und jetzt haben wir durch die Visualisierung jetzt selbst doch ein ganz gutes Bild sozusagen davon bekommen, was Sie dort leisten oder in welchem Prozess Sie sich selber auch noch forschend befinden. Ich darf jetzt die Künstlerin Monika Huber vorstellen und begrüßen. Monika Huber studierte bis 1985 Malerei an der Akademie der Bildenden Künste in München. Sie ist mit zahlreichen Stipendien und Preisen ausgezeichnet, die ich hier nicht alle aufzählen will natürlich. Sie hat in zahlreichen Häusern Einzelausstellungen realisiert. Einige möchte ich doch davon nennen. Das von der Heydt-Museum zum Beispiel in Wuppertal, die Kunsthalle Bielefeld, der Heidelberger und der Bonner Kunstverein. Aber es sind noch zahlreiche weitere Ausstellungen, Einzelausstellungen neben den Gruppenausstellungen. Mittlerweile ist Monika Huber seit fast 40 Jahren als bildende Künstlerin tätig. Vor 13 Jahren erlebte ihr Werk eine spannende Zäsur mit der Einsicht, dass die Verbreitung des Smartphones die Bildrezeption doch nachhaltig verändert. Daran knüpft quasi ihr Langzeitprojekt Archiv 31 auch an, über das wir jetzt in ihrem Vortrag mehr erfahren werden. Vielen Dank, wenn du beginnst, Monika.
Ja, danke schön für die Einführung, Friederike, und danke für die Einladung und auch schon für die spannenden Beiträge vorneweg. Da habe ich gleich wieder ganz viele Gedanken zu meinem eigenen Archiv. Jetzt versuche ich aber erstmal den Bildschirm freizugeben. Ich glaube, das hat funktioniert. Ich versuche hier noch kurz das anders zu machen. Okay, ich versuche es nochmal. Sorry, jetzt habe ich gerade das Dokument natürlich geschlossen. Ich habe es gleich wieder. Na, einen kleinen Moment, sorry. Das war jetzt nicht so geplant. Warum geht es nicht? Sehen Sie es, das Dokument?
Nein. Du
Ach,
müsstest
das hat doch vorhin alles ganz gut funktioniert.
Ja.
Ich verstehe das jetzt aber nicht. Ich gehe hier noch mehr raus. Versuche es nochmal freizugeben. Das brauche ich jetzt. So, und jetzt rühre ich auch nichts anderes mehr an. Sie sehen es?
Ja, ja, ist da.
Komplett sichtbar.
Ist komplett
Unten
sichtbar.
auch mit dem Namen. So, okay. Ja, seit 2011 beschäftige ich mich mit dem künstlerischen Aufbau eines Archivs, nämlich mit Fernsehnachrichten, dem Archiv 130. Das Archiv 130 hat eine zweifache Funktion. Zum einen beinhaltet es die Nachrichtenbilder, die ich täglich aufzeichne, und zum anderen ist es das Werkverzeichnis der künstlerischen Arbeiten, die daraus entstehen. Was bedeutet 1,30? 1,30 heißt 1 Minute und 30 Sekunden und ist die journalistische Bezeichnung für die durchschnittliche Zeit, die für einen Beitrag in einem Nachrichtenblock eingeplant wird, um alle wesentlichen Informationen über ein Ereignis zu vermitteln. Ich begann die Arbeit am Archiv 1,30 im Februar 2011, nach einem Aufenthalt in Athen für eine Ausstellung im Goethe-Institut. In der griechischen Hauptstadt fanden täglich Demonstrationen auf dem Syntagmaplatz statt. Die Atmosphäre vor Ort war sehr angespannt. Gleichzeitig waren die Nachrichtenkanäle voll mit Berichten über die Proteste aus den nordafrikanischen Ländern. Der Ausgangspunkt der Proteste damals war der verzweifelte Tod eines jungen Mannes namens Mohamed Bouazizi in Tunesien. Viele Menschen forderten daraufhin nun öffentlich ihre Rechte auf bessere Bildung, Arbeit, Freiheit und das Recht auf freie Meinungsäußerung ein. Die Demonstrationen in Tunesien, Jasminrevolution genannt, wurden für viele weitere Menschen in den nordafrikanischen Ländern zum Impuls, ihren Unmut über ihre autokratischen Regierungen zu zeigen. Der arabische Frühling war geboren. Jetzt nicht mehr weiter. Und schien für viele Menschen eine neue große Hoffnung zu sein. Jeder, der ein Smartphone besaß, konnte nun zum potenziellen Journalisten werden. In schnellen, unscharfen Bildern wurden die Ereignisse festgehalten. Die Fernsehsender, Internetportale und soziale Medien sendeten diese Smartphone-Fotografien und Videos live, sozusagen Da konnten wir täglich immer wieder neue Bilder von Aufständen, Protesten sehen. Die Medienberichterstattung war schonungslos. Eine Dokumentation der Augenblicke des Tötens und Sterbens, 24 Stunden am Tag. Sie sehen hier kurz eines der Bilder aus Ägypten, aus den damaligen Protesten. Die Art der Berichterstattung, die Verwendung von Bildern, deren Unschärfe Echtheit suggeriert und die Geschwindigkeit, mit der die Bilder in den sozialen Netzwerken geteilt wurden, stellte eine neue Art eines dokumentarischen Bildes dar. An Orten, an denen es für Fernsehteams zu gefährlich wurden die sogenannten Bürgerjournalisten oder Journalistinnen, die sprach- und ortskundig waren, beauftragt, die Live-Bilder der Proteste und Bürgerkriege zu liefern. Judith Butler legt besonderen Wert auf die Frage, was das Material in einer Kriegsführung ausmacht und ob Kameras und ihre Bilder als Teil der erweiterten Materialität eines Krieges gezählt werden können. Ich denke, diese Frage ist heute aktueller denn je, auch im Hinblick auf die KI-generierten Bilder. Denn all die Jahre konnten wir sehen, dass die Bilder des arabischen Frühlings großen Einfluss auf die weiteren globalen Protestbewegungen hatten und weitere Proteste initiierten und auch antrieben. Ein weiteres Bild aus Ägypten kann ich später noch mal darauf eingehen. Das ist eigentlich sehr bekannt und ging viral um die Welt. Was sahen wir? Wir sahen Demonstrationen, Straßenkämpfe, bürgerkriegsähnliche Szenerien. Tausende von Menschen, die sich auf den Straßen und öffentlichen Plätzen drängten. Tahrir, Taksim, Maidan wurden zu Symbolen für Protest und Widerstand. Die Medienbilder waren allgegenwärtig, eindringlich, verstörend, berührend. Vor allem bei den Berichten über den syrischen Bürgerkrieg blieb ich als Zuschauerin von den grausamen und verstörenden Bildern nicht verschont. Diese täglichen Nachrichtenbilder zogen mich in die Ereignisse immer stärker hinein, berührten mich sehr stark. Was war meine Reaktion darauf? Ich begann, die Nachrichtenbilder zu fotografieren. Seit mehr als 13 Jahren stelle ich nun täglich meine Kamera vor meinen Fernsehschirm, um die Bilder von Protesten und gewalttätigen Übergriffen aufzunehmen und damit auch zu dokumentieren. Aus der Vielzahl der fotografierten Nachrichtenbilder treffe ich anschließend eine Auswahl, drucke diese auf sehr matten Zeichenpapier aus und überarbeite die Motive vorwiegend mit weißer und schwarzer wasserlöslicher Farbe. Teile eines Bildes übermale ich, um die Aufmerksamkeit auf die Schlüsselszene zu lenken. Verschwommene Figuren werden nachgezeichnet und treten aus der Unschärfe hervor. Sie werden konkret. Als Malerin habe ich im Laufe der vielen Jahre die Möglichkeiten der konkreten Malerei ausprobiert und stets Grenzbereiche von Schärfe und Unschärfe ausgelotet, um präzise auf ein Bild reagieren zu können. Diese malerischen Techniken führe ich bei den Bearbeitungen der Nachrichtenbilder fort. Dabei spielt auch der experimentelle Umgang mit Materialien eine große Rolle. So kann es sein, dass ich manchmal Motive, die ausgedruckten Blätter in eine Badewanne oder auch ein Waschbecken lege, sodass die Druckertinte ausläuft und die fotografierte Person bzw. das Ereignis nur noch rudimentär sichtbar ist und ich die Bildszene von Grund auf neu aufbauen muss. Beim Übermalen werden die flüchtigen Ereignisse sozusagen wieder rekonstruiert. Oft fertige ich von Bildmotiven auch mehrere Fassungen an. Final werden die überarbeiteten Bilder erneut fotografiert und der analoge Malprozess wird in ein digitales Format überführt. Was beabsichtige ich damit? All diese künstlerischen Interventionen sollen die flüchtigen Nachrichtenbilder zum Stillstand bringen, in mein Bewusstsein zurückholen und sichtbar machen, was in der Geschwindigkeit und Unschärfe der Berichterstattung nur ungenau zu erkennen ist. Meine malerische Bearbeitung und das exakte Nachzeichnen der Körperumrisse unterstreicht noch einmal die Auflösung alles Individuellen eines Menschen in einer sich zuspitzenden Situation. Menschliche Gesten erscheinen zu allgemeinen Chiffren von Widerstand, Gewalt, Macht, Scheitern oder auch manchmal Sieg zu erstarren. Zum Umfang und zur Struktur vom Archiv 1.30, und damit sind wir ja eigentlich aktuell in unserem Thema. Das Archiv der Nachrichtenbilder umfasst derzeit ca. 42.000 Fotografien, von denen ich bisher ca. 900 für das Archiv 1.30 ausgewählt und bearbeitet habe. Es entstanden hybride Fotografien. Diese Fotografien sind für mich wieder Ausgangsmaterial für weitere Videoarbeiten und Kunstinstallationen. Das Archiv 1.30 ist als Langzeitdokumentation gedacht, die den globalen politischen und gesellschaftlichen Wandel aus der Perspektive westlicher Nachrichtenmedien zeigen. Nach nur gut 13 Jahren liest sich das Archiv 1.30 wie ein Gang durch die politisch motivierten Ereignisse, die uns ja auch näher kamen. Es stellt sich die Frage für mich, was man mit solch umfangreichem Bildmaterial macht. Man digitalisiert es und pflegt es in eine Datenbank ein. Und ich zeige Ihnen jetzt folgend ein paar Folien aus der Datenbank. Sie sehen die einzelnen Felder. Das ist jetzt aber nur die wichtigsten Informationen sind hier nach vorne gestellt. Im Hintergrund gibt es natürlich viele Informationen mit Querverweisen und sonstigem Recherchematerial. Zur Datenbank. Die einzelnen Bilder werden zuerst mit einem Index, das heißt Raute, Werknummer und Datum versehen. Alle Bilder sind mit Suchbegriffen und weiteren Informationen verknüpft. Das Archiv mit dem Bild und dem recherchierten Textmaterial fungiert nun sozusagen als digitaler Werkzeugkasten. Hinterlegt sind, und das können Sie an den einzelnen Feldern ablesen, die Medienbilder in den verschiedenen Bearbeitungsstadien oder finalen Fassungen auch. Die Links zu ihren Quellen sowie das Aufnahmedatum und auch das Bearbeitungsdatum. Das Land der Ereignisse, also wo sie fotografiert wurden, und die wichtigsten Informationen zum Ereignis selbst. Und da ist es mir wichtig zu betonen, die Beschreibung beschreibt nur das Ereignis an dem Tag. Es werden also keine Rückgriffe oder Vorgriffe gemacht, die werden separat eventuell im Archiv hinterlegt. Mir geht es wirklich darum, dass das Archiv sozusagen an Zeitfragmente addiert sozusagen und sich die Historie quasi aus dem Verlauf ergibt. Das ist für mich auch das sehr Interessante eigentlich bei dieser Arbeit. Also unter dem Begriff der Notizen werden verschiedene Suchbegriffe hinterlegt. Das sind so eigentlich Beschreibungen, Analysen der einzelnen Bilder, wie zum Beispiel Personen, Land, Protestkrieg, Waffen, Kopfbedeckung, Fuß, Rauch, Unschärfe, Straße, Kleidung, Stiefel, Text, Plakat und so weiter und so fort. Andere Suchbegriffe beschreiben verschiedene Arten von Bewegung: Stehen, Laufen, Sitzen, auf dem Rücken liegend, Hocken, Kauern, Arme nach oben, Arme nach hinten, Arme gefesselt, zum Siegeszeichen geformte Finger, Gewaltausübung mit Händen, mit Gegenständen und mit Waffen. Weitere Suchbegriffe beschreiben Gesten, Körperhaltungen und Körperspannungen. Gehen wir hier nochmal weiter. Auch Suchbegriffe wie von oben und von unten, die die Kameraperspektive beschreiben, werden aufgeführt. Auf diese Weise lassen sich eben neue Verbindungen, Verknüpfungen, Kontexte zwischen den Bildern aus verschiedenen Ländern und verschiedenen Aufnahmezeiten finden. Sie sehen bei dieser Folie, die eine Vergrößerung ist, hier ist ein Text blau hervorgehoben. Dieser Text ist schon ausgewählt sozusagen für eine Verknüpfung mit anderen Datenbanken. Also da ist die Recherche für diesen Text sozusagen in dem Moment abgeschlossen. Ein wichtiger Aspekt meiner Archivierungsarbeit ist eben die Verknüpfung des bearbeitenden Bildes mit dem Originalbild und der entsprechenden Nachrichtungssendung. Sie sehen hier ganz links sind verschiedene Links zu den Sendungen, auch wann die Sendung aufgerufen wurde. Und bei dem letzten Link sehen Sie auch einen Timecode. Also ich versuche auch quasi punktgenau das Bild zu finden, wann es gesendet wurde, um sozusagen diesen realistischen Aspekt zu fixieren. Das Auffinden eines Bildes ist aber manchmal nicht mehr möglich, weil Nachrichtensendungen aus urheberrechtlichen Gründen aus der Online-Mediathek gelöscht wurden. Ich vermerke solche Fälle in der Datenbank und suche in anderen Quellen nach weiteren verlässlichen Informationen zu dem Ereignis. Dadurch entsteht ein immer dichteres Netz von Bildern und hinterlegten Informationen. Es zeigt auch, dass das Archiv immer in Bewegung, in Veränderung ist. Die Fülle an täglichen Bildern und Informationen kann ich im Archiv 1.30 natürlich nicht zu 100% wiedergeben. Aber trotz der Lücken, die zwangsläufig entstehen, ist für mich die Archivarbeit zur Erfassung und Erinnerung von Ereignissen wichtig. Sie wirkt der Schnelllebigkeit der Berichterstattung entgegen und kann nicht sofort erkennbare Zusammenhänge durch Verlinkung von Begriffen mit Bildern innerhalb der Datenbank sichtbar machen. Ein Aspekt bei Archiven und Datenbank ist auch die Frage der Ordnung und der Hierarchie. Das Archiv 1.30 ist nicht hierarchisch geordnet. Die Bilder in der Datenbank werden nicht nach der Bedeutung einer Person oder eines Ereignisses geordnet. Die meisten der auf den Bildern abgebildeten Personen sind unbekannte Menschen. Einige sind der Öffentlichkeit bekannt, wie zum Beispiel Maria Kolesnikova aus Belarus, wo ich Ihnen gerade ein Bild teile, und Alexei Nawalny. Im Archiv werden sie alle durch die gleiche künstlerische Bearbeitung, des Framing sozusagen, auch das künstlerische Framing und durch die fortlaufende Nummerierung gleichgestellt. In meiner Arbeit interessiert mich vor allem, was aus den Hunderten von Standbildern in der Wiederholung, Unschärfe und Reduktion als Bildgrammatik ablesbar ist und wie Medienbildern bewusst eingesetzt werden, zum einen um Aufmerksamkeit zu erzeugen und zum anderen um politisches Handeln und Entscheidungen zu beeinflussen. Das Archiv 1.30 ist seit 2023 Bestand der Archive im ZKM in Karlsruhe und wird dort fortlaufend gesichert. Dies ist für meine Arbeit sehr wichtig, dass sich die Datenträger und Datenformate stets ändern. Das ZKM beinhaltet zum einen das institutionelle Archiv, das heißt, es dokumentiert die eigene Arbeit, die eigenen Ausstellungen, die eigenen Forschungsprojekte, und zum anderen beinhaltet es Archive von Künstlerinnen und Theoretikerinnen, die ihre Archive dem ZKM übergeben haben, um sie zu bewahren und der Öffentlichkeit zugänglich zu machen. Sie sehen hier noch einen Ausschnitt aus meiner Website. Meine Website ist im Moment als Tableau aufgebaut. Und wenn man drüber scrollt oder mit einer Maus drüber geht, kann man einzelne Bilder aufrufen. Und da sind die wichtigsten Informationen zu dem Bild quasi notiert, also das Ereignis, also die Werknummer sozusagen, das Datum und ein kleiner Text. Das soll es aber eigentlich alles sich noch stärker verdichten. Hier sind wir wieder auf der ZKM-Webseite. Sie sehen, rechts haben die eine eigene Website zu dem Archiv 1.30 angelegt, wo man quasi Biografie und Homepage und verschiedene Dinge einzeln abrufen kann. Und Sie sehen ganz links ein Tableau mit den Archiven, die dem ZKM sozusagen übergeben wurden. Und auf der linken Seite ist mein Archiv 1.30 mit Monika Huber sichtbar. Und hier wird es eigentlich interessant für mich, also nicht nur neben der Sicherung der Daten, was, wie Sie wissen, was ja alles ganz, ganz wichtig ist, weil sich ja Datenträger immer verändern und Daten verloren gehen können, sind es sozusagen dort gesichert. Und das Interesse von mir und auch vom ZKM ist sozusagen eine neue Schnittstelle zu erzeugen. Das heißt, dieses Archiv 1.30, die Datenbank, wir nutzen das gleiche Datenbanksystem, was das schon mal sehr vereinfacht, hat sich zufälligerweise so ergeben. Dass sozusagen an dieser Schnittstelle quasi meine Datenbank mit den internen Archiven des ZKMs verknüpft wird, sodass Suchbegriffe, die man eingibt, quasi auf andere Informationsquellen, dass man da stoßen kann. Und in einem nächsten Schritt ist es natürlich interessant, noch eine weitere Schnittstelle zu generieren, zum Beispiel zu Universitäten, Museen, Forschungseinrichtungen und so weiter, um sozusagen einen synergetischen Effekt zu erzielen. Also gerade was vielleicht auch die Recherche von politischen Inhalten angeht. Das ist sozusagen der aktuelle Stand und natürlich, dass die Arbeit am Archiv fortlaufend fortgeführt wird. Ich zeige Ihnen noch hier ganz kurz nur 2 Ausstellungsansichten. Das ist eine Ausstellung gewesen, wo die Arbeiten eigentlich fast lebensgroß abgezogen sind in der Baumwollspinnerei in Leipzig 2016. Sehr viele Arbeiten vom arabischen Frühling damals. Dann eine weitere Installation, das ist eine Glasarbeit, sozusagen ein großer Diakasten im Maximiliansforum in München, in einer Unterführung. Das sind Aufnahmen vom Gezi-Park, vor den Gezi-Park-Protesten in der Türkei. Letztes Jahr erschien zum Archiv 130 auch ein Buch, das eigentlich auch wieder ein Teil des Archives ist, weil es sich inhaltlich mit verschiedenen Aspekten der Archivarbeit, also meiner Archivarbeit beschäftigt, ist im Deutschen Buchverlag erschienen. Und im Vorwort zitiert Bernhard Schwenk, Kurator der Gegenwartskunst der Pinakothek der Moderne in München, ein Zitat, das mir sehr, sehr wichtig ist, von Caroline Ehmke aus ihrer Rede 2016 bei der Verleihung des Friedenspreises des deutschen Buchhandels. Freiheit ist nichts, das man besitzt, sondern etwas, das man tut. Demokratie ist keine statische Gewissheit, sondern eine dynamische Übung im Umgang mit Ungewissheiten und Kritik. In diesem Sinne ist Frieden nicht Statisches, sondern ein fortwährender Prozess, der immer wieder neu reflektiert werden muss und ausgehandelt werden muss. Ich bedanke mich fürs Zuhören.
Vielen, vielen Dank, Monika Huber, für den interessanten Einblick in dein Archiv. Ich finde immer sehr spannend, wie wir hier digitale Aufnahmen sozusagen in ein digitales Archiv überführen und du aber durch Katalog oder die Ausstellungen alles wieder in den analogen Bereich sozusagen rückkoppelst. Eine sehr spannende Herangehensweise und Verlangsamung. Sie erlauben mir diesen Kommentar noch, weil wir zu dem anderen Beitrag von Frau Brüggemann jetzt im Prinzip 2 Anmerkungen oder Fragen haben, die sich in interessanter Weise widersprechen oder ergänzen. Deswegen möchte ich sie beide einmal insgesamt vorstellen. Einmal von Frau Flor kommt die Frage zum Vortrag von Frau Brüggemann, entsteht da nicht je nach Art der archivierten Werke gegebenenfalls eine zu starke, in Anführungsstrichen, Konkurrenz zwischen dem ursprünglichen Werk und der digitalen Archivierung, die ja zugleich eine starke Interpretation ist? Wie wahr? Jetzt kommen mehrere Bemerkungen von Antje Kappus, die ich jetzt noch nicht vortragen möchte. Vielleicht kann man sich da nochmal rückkoppeln, aber die zentrale Aussage oder Anmerkung von Frau Brüggemann ist, dass sie also diese Fotos noch nicht kannte und es aber 3 Stellen für Nachfragen gab. Und zwar betont sie, dass die Moment, jetzt muss ich mal kurz. Betont sie sozusagen, dass das wahnsinnig, also bei dem zweiten Beispiel, dem Adorno-Zitat mit dem Mann, der auf dem Bauch lag, glaube ich, dass es doch extrem wichtig sei, als Hintergrund diese Informationen zu haben, die zum Beispiel in diesem Adorno-Zitat drinsteckten. Also hier ist sozusagen in den beiden Fragen konkurriert, ob das Archiv selbst nicht Konkurrenz ist zu dem eigentlichen fotografischen Werk und andererseits das Archiv nicht total wichtig ist, um mit diesen ergänzenden Informationen eigentlich die Wertigkeit des Werkes doch wieder hervorzubringen. Das würde ich jetzt gerne mal so als eine Bemerkung stehen lassen. Und hoffe, die Fragenden sind damit einverstanden in Anbetracht der Zeit und würde gerne Frau Brüggemann um ihren Kommentar bitten.
Ja, vielleicht ganz kurz. Ich beantworte das auch gerade gleich gern noch im Detail, aber ich glaube, dass die Frage da fast schon die Antwort ist oder wie Sie das jetzt so schön zusammengefasst haben, weil das ist eben das ist kein Schwarz und Weiß oder das sind natürlich entgegengesetzte Pole, zwischen denen wir uns aber eben irgendwie positionieren müssen. Also nicht das eine oder das andere ist da richtig oder falsch, sondern das ist ein Feld, in dem wir uns positionieren müssen und wo wir uns auch immer wieder, würde ich sagen, in unserer Forschung hin und her bewegen. Und weshalb es mir so wichtig war, eben zu betonen, auch wie unsere Arbeitsweise da ist und wie eng wir eben im Austausch stehen mit Frederik Brenner und mit seinem Team und dass das alles iterativ passiert. Also dass wir da eben gemeinsam an der Interpretation auch sozusagen arbeiten. Aber ja, natürlich bleibt das eine Fragestellung, das hatte ich ja auch auf der letzten Folie, dass das Kunstwerk sozusagen nicht überblendet wird von der Visualisierung, die wir dann erstellen, oder dass die ganze Bedeutung, die wir da jetzt, oder die ganzen Geschichten, die wir erzählen, vielleicht was von dem künstlerischen Charakter der Fotos wegnehmen. Also ich glaube, das bleibt einfach ein Aushandlungsprozess, den wir nur gemeinsam bestreiten können. Und ich hoffe, dass das jetzt nicht zu vage ist, sondern ja, vielleicht schon eine erste Antwort bietet.
Mhm.
Ich könnte auch was zu sagen. Ich glaube, das ist gar nicht eine Konkurrenz, denn die Bilder kann man ja separat betrachten, wahrscheinlich auch in Ausstellungen oder Präsentationen. Und das andere ist sozusagen das Backup-Wissen, das man abrufen kann und das natürlich wahnsinnig detailliert ist. Also ich habe nur gestaunt, wie Sie da arbeiten, welchen Fragen Sie nachgehen. Aber ich glaube, die Dinge kann man auch gut trennen einfach.
Mhm. Ich habe mich noch gefragt, also wie eigentlich die Ordnung, die ja, wie die erste Fragerin Frau Flohr kritisch bemerkte, dass sozusagen gleich die Archivierung und eigentlich die Ordnungssysteme, die hinter so einer Datenbank stecken, dass das ja schon starke Interpretationen eigentlich enthält. Für mich ist auch noch mal eine Frage generell, ob solche Ordnungssysteme wie Datenbanken sie darstellen, da sie ja immer auf so einem Ja-Nein-System auch beruhen oft, ähm, wie, äh, wie kann man das deutlich machen? Oder wäre es wünschenswert, dass in einem anmoderierenden Text oder ist es überhaupt irgendwie nachvollziehbar zu machen, damit es auch, weiß ich nicht, nicht nur, Sie versuchten zwar, Frau Brüggemann, auch für den Nutzer, der kein Vorwissen hat, aber wenn ich jetzt meinetwegen als Forscherin das nutze oder so, ähm, damit ich sozusagen weiß, was kommt hinten raus und wie weit kann ich das wissenschaftlich, also diese Bilder, die da entstehen, äh, für meine wissenschaftliche Interpretation auch nutzen, da sie ja schon ihre Ordnung sozusagen intendiert. Es gilt für beide Ordnungen natürlich.
Ja, genau. Also jede digitale Plattform in dem Sinne stellt ja eine Ordnung dann bereit. Und ja, also unsere Arbeit bietet da eben, würde ich sagen, einen anderen Schwerpunkt oder vielleicht eine andere Herangehensweise, die eben den klassischen Weg gar nicht ausschließt oder vielleicht auch ergänzend dazu gesehen werden kann. Genau, aber also wir haben uns ja lange sehr stark auf diese explorativen Wege sozusagen konzentriert und eigentlich eine große Rückmeldung, die wir bekommen haben, war dann zum Beispiel, ja, das ist ja schön und gut, aber ich will jetzt irgendwie doch an die Hand genommen werden. Wie kann ich denn jetzt hier durchgehen? Also ja, ich glaube, es ist eben die große Aufgabe, das alles immer mit zu bedenken und das kann dann nur im Zusammen erfolgen und eben auch zum Beispiel im Miteinander mit den NutzerInnen. Also da Befragungen zu machen und zu schauen, okay, wie werden die Plattformen wirklich genutzt und was können wir da noch vielleicht besser unterstützen. Was ja leider oft in den Forschungsprojekten dann zu kurz kommt, einfach weil das nicht mit eingeplant wird, ne? Oder weil man dann nochmal sehr viel mehr Geld in die Hand nehmen muss, einfach um diese Studien dann vernünftig durchzuführen. Aber das ist ein anderer wichtiger Punkt, das zu machen.
Vielen Dank an beide Referentinnen. Ich soll das Panel hiermit schließen. zeitlich, damit wir noch am Ende einigermaßen pünktlich schließen können. Vielen, vielen Dank, Frau Brüggemann und Frau Huber.
Ja, vielen Dank. Wir kommen zur letzten Session des Workshops. Ich hoffe, dass jetzt nochmal Energien freigesetzt werden, denn es geht auch nochmal um ein sehr spannendes Thema der Architektur. Und da wir als die Hosts selber die Moderation übernehmen, beziehungsweise Kathleen Reinhardt, die Direktorin vom Georg-Kolbe-Museum, verzichte ich jetzt auf eine längere Vorstellung, weil wir dadurch ein bisschen Zeit auch noch einsparen können und würde direkt an Sie übergeben und das letzte Panel eröffnen.
Okay, vielen Dank. Wir switchen wieder zurück auf Englisch. So we are back to speaking English. So also our international panelists, of course, can present their thoughts. So I'm very happy to introduce the speakers of this last session today with the title Architectural Archives, Digital and Hybrid. We will hear presentations by Emily Pugh, who heads the digital art history team at the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles, and Wim Lovett, who is a digital strategist at the Flanders Architectural Institute in Antwerp. And Emily's presentation is entitled Hybridity and Scale in the Contemporary Architectural Archive, and will examine the interconnectedness of digital materials of different natures. She will be looking at the challenges of archival data, often stemming from the difficulties of translating information from the virtual to the material and back again. And Wim will present initiatives of the Flanders Architecture Institute that are aimed at preserving born digital archives, architecture archives actually in particular, while ensuring the authenticity and accessibility for future generations. His presentation will dive into themes such as conducting research on the preservation of computer-aided design files, exploring user research insights, and the development of a robust digital repository within broader collaborative frameworks. So I am very happy now to introduce Emily. I will introduce Wim just before he speaks, because then it's a bit fresher in our minds. So yes, Emily. So Emily Pugh served as the inaugural Robert H. Smith Postdoctoral Research Associate with special responsibilities for digital humanities projects at the Center for Advanced Studies in the Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., USA. Since 2014, she has led the digital art history team at the Getty Research Institute, overseeing research activities in connection with technology and initiatives. Her expertise within digital art history centers on the digital media of art history and its related infrastructures. Within architectural history, Emily Pugh focuses on post-war architecture in Europe and the US, and on forms of architectural representation, including moving image media, architectural models, and digital design files. So I'm happy to welcome Emily and her presentation.
Hello, everyone, and guten Abend. It's morning for me still. Glad to be here. Thanks for that generous introduction and for inviting me to participate. I'm just going to share screen. Okay. Everyone can see this, yes. All right, so thank you. As Kathleen indicated, I'm going to sort of talk about the relationship between the digital and the physical or analog, and particularly in architectural archives, focusing on the papers of the architect Frank Gehry, which we have at the Getty Research Institute where I work. Sorry, I'm organizing all my windows. Okay. So at times, I think we think of digital and the analog, both in terms of objects, information, and systems, as if they're in opposition to one another. And we might sometimes think about them with the presumption that the digital processes replace or obviate the need for those based in paper or pen. However, in fact, particularly in the contemporary architectural archive, digital materials don't exist in isolation. On the contrary, born digital design files, data sets, collections metadata, and digital image files exist in the same ecosystem with plans, drawings, office correspondence, and yes, even architectural models. Working in archives, in fact, often stem from the difficulties of translating information from the virtual to the material and back again. This challenge has unique dimensions in the case of architectural archives, which can be described as essentially hybrid collections, combining both digital and material forms of information that are furthermore on increasingly larger and more complex scales. The Frank Gehry papers, acquired by the Getty Research Institute, or GRI, in 2017, demonstrates the kind of hybridity that is endemic, particularly to architectural archives created from the 1950s on. This collection represents about 280 projects designed between 1954 and 1988. The GRI's archivists and conservators are still prepping the Gehry archive for public access. It should be available later this year. Rough estimates of its contents include about 2,385 tubes and boxes of rolled drawings, 1,307 banker's boxes of correspondence and other documents, photos, material samples, and other similar sorts of items. And many of these are double-sized banker boxes. Around 110,000 slides, around 500 physical models, 104 gigabytes of images, and 90 gigabytes of project-related files, for a total of about 194 gigabytes of born digital material. And that's 110,000 computer software files that make up that 194 gigabytes. So what follows, I will very briefly trace the Gehry Papers collection from the primary site of its creation in the Frank Gehry office and then through archival processing. And in doing so, I want to focus first on delineating the various digital forms that constitute the archives, and and second on the relationship of these digital forms to the archive's physical materials, its drawings, models, and slides. In doing so, my goal will be to reflect on the complex set of relationships that connect the archive's physical and digital components and offer a conception of the archive as a hybrid ecosystem of information. A discussion of the Gehry archive begins with an examination of the architect's design process, since like any archive, it reflects the architectural practice of Frank Gehry himself, as well as his firm. The design process at the Gehry office is informed in its early stages by an engagement with physical materials, in particular ink sketches and physical modeling, which to Frank Gehry are of the utmost importance. In the Gehry office, physical models are translated into digital design files in software programs like CAD, computer-aided drawing, but also CATIA, the aerospace software that Gehry's firm pioneered the use of for architectural design in the 1990s. During the time in which Walt Disney Hall was being designed, this process of translation from physical to digital consisted of tracing a stylus over physical models to produce CATIA files that captured the complex geometry of the models. CATIA models are often translated back into physical models for further design and refinement in the Gehry office, before being converted into a digital format once again. The residue of this process of translation, that is, the physical models, the CATIA files, photos like these documenting the modeling process, all of these form a significant chunk of the GRI's Gehry archive. As this example demonstrates, the Gehry office's use of CATIA did not represent a replacement of the use of physical models. On the contrary, the introduction of CATIA to the design workflow fueled an incredible explosion of material production within Gehry's firm. With the ability offered by CATIA to translate highly complex forms into built structure, Gehry and his team were able to create even more elaborate physical models, using an even more diverse range of materials. The Walt Disney Concert Hall project within the Gehry Archive alone includes over 200 models, far more than any single project. Other early CATIA projects, such as the Bilbao Guggenheim and Peter Lewis House, likewise generated an enormous trove of physical models and other material artifacts. While the use of CATIA does not alone explain the incredible number of models that were created for these projects, it should nonetheless be regarded as an important factor driving material production within Gehry's firm. This snapshot of the Gehry office's design process, while brief, perhaps provides insight into how the archive came to the GRI grew to be so large. And it is very, very large. The GRI's largest acquisition prior to the Gehry Archive was that of Swiss contemporary art curator Harold Zeeman. The Zeeman papers total about 2,000 linear feet or 610 meters. In comparison, the Gehry papers surpassed the linear mile mark, that is about 5,280 feet or 1,610 meters, in 2022, when there were still 2 years left to go in the processing. What makes this archive large, in addition to the factors related to the design processes I have just outlined, has to do with Frank Gehry's position as a world-renowned architect. In short, Gehry has the financial means to, for example, hire model makers, as well as to rent storage space to accommodate his own archive. However, there are other reasons as well for the enormous size of the Gehry archive. For one thing, architectural archives are getting larger and larger. In California specifically, the introduction over the past 20 or so years of new liability laws and building codes, including those related to so-called earthquake performance, has translated into the generation of many more types and copies of drawings and design specs that must be submitted to building authorities. Whereas an architect working in an earlier period, such as Paul Revere Williams, might have generated maybe 7 drawings as part of designing and building a large mansion in the 1930s and 50s, architects and firms working in more recent decades produce hundreds or more drawings as part of designing and building a single structure. This is yet another example of how digital technologies can drive the production of physical materials. Software programs make it relatively easy not only to create, but to continually revise and update designs and design specs in comparison with documents created by hand. Moreover, such programs mean that generating physical copies is a matter merely of clicking print. The need for design specs and the relative ease with which they can be generated contribute to the size of the resulting archives. In the case of the Frank Gehry papers, for example, the collection included a high number of printed out design specs, 1 copy created for each member of the design team, each time a new version was produced. While the archival processing team throws out any untouched paper specs, they do retain any that are annotated. As this example demonstrates, these and other decisions made during processing have a constitutive effect on the archive. Yet it is important to remember that the archive does not only consist of the materials that came from the Frank Gehry office and through the door of the GRI in 2017. The trashing of duplicate print copies notwithstanding, the act of archival processing increases the overall size of the collection. Moreover, processing means the integration of the collection into the GRI's archival infrastructure, an infrastructure that comprises both physical materials, such as boxes, folders, tubes, crates, and digital materials, which includes both collections data and the software systems that manage and provide access to it. The example of the slides in the Gehry collection demonstrates how processing affects the archive's size and composition. The GRI has digitized the 110,000 slides in the Gehry papers. This portion of the collection thus now exists as physical slides and as a set of digital images, 3 for each slide. First, a primary version for preservation in the form of a full-size uncompressed TIFF. Second, a cropped and modified version of that TIFF. And third, any derivative versions that are required for broader access via the web, such as lower resolution JPEGs. Moreover, processing and digitization generates collections metadata that describes both the physical slides and the digitized images thereof. There are also duplicates of these images and metadata that are backed up on servers as well as on physical tape drives. In addition, in many cases, the slides are photos of other materials from the archives, such as models. Thus, there is a set of relationships between the slides and the digital, visual, and textual data that represents or describes the 35mm slides, and between these slides and many of the models and images that are also part of the archive. The result is an archive comprising a large collection of diverse physical and digital components, including slides, software, data, and drawings, some generated by the Frank Gehry Office and some by the GRI. These materials are furthermore interrelated in multiple and complex ways, some of which are more apparent than others. The example of the Gehry papers complicates the notion that digital or data-based forms of information exist either in opposition to or in isolation from physical or material forms. Navigating this large and hybrid archive necessitates an exploration of how these various formats of information relate to one another. Indeed, understanding the physical and digital artifacts in the Gehry archive as all part of multiple and intersecting processes of design, construction, archival description, and data generation, but also research and scholarship, is critical to locating not only the building, but the architect, the archivist, and the scholar within the systems of information production, of which the Contemporary Architectural Archive is just one part. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for this. And we are moving on right away to our final speaker of today. So Wim Lovett and his presentation, A Shared Responsibility, Managing and Preserving Born Digital Architecture Archives. So Wim Lovett is a digital strategist at the Flanders Architecture Institute. He is responsible for digital processes related to collection and data management, digitization, and online access. A particular focus is on born digital architectural archives and their preservation. Since 2020, he has been teaching digitization for archives and libraries as a visiting professor at Erasmus Brussels University of Applied Science and Art. So I'm welcoming Wim and his presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to try to share my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Okay, good evening, everybody. So thank you for the invitation to present the activities of the Flanders Architecture Institute on born digital architecture archives, which I think are a shared responsibility, and I hope to explain it to you in the following presentation. So a short word on the Flanders Architecture Institute. So we are an architecture center located in Antwerp, Belgium, and our focus is architecture in and from Flanders and Brussels, so the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. We organize exhibitions and create publications on architecture. There is a knowledge center that is in service of architects and other archival institutions who keep architecture archives and want to do projects with it, or that have questions on the management and the preservation of these archives. And we have our own collection of archives, about 200 archives of important architects from Flanders. And the more recent archives are, of course, also digital archives. This I will skip it because I already had a very good introduction. So I was asked to give an overview of what we did on born digital archives, and I clustered it around 4 themes. So we did some research on architecture-specific file formats. We did surveys with the future users of these file formats. We did surveys with archive creators, so the people who create these born digital archives. And since 2018, we are also a collecting institution. So the last 5 years were mainly focused on creating an e-repository that has to store these born digital archives in a safe space and to keep them authentic, integer, and usable in the future. So I start with these architecture-specific file formats. So to give you an idea, but the presentation of Emily already gave a lot of nice screenshots of this kind of material. So this is the earliest 3D CAT design I know of from Flanders, I think from the end of the 80s. So it is actually a work of art of artist Luc Deleu, based in Antwerp. We did not keep the digital file, so it is not preserved, but we have a slide documenting this file on the computer of the time. This is also a more recent work of the same artist called Darling Springs, in which he uses AutoCAD to create a real-sized 3D model of an ideal city. So this is how these CAD files can look right now. So these are really works of art in CAD software. So you can talk a lot about this. The question is, for example, one of the questions the artist himself has is how will people 20 years later understand what he is doing with this file? So it's a very complex file, which is often used to create derivative files from it, so derivative PDFs. But what will people later on do with this 3D CAD file? This is not my area of expertise. I'm more busy with finding solutions of keeping this material accessible in the future. So what is an important problem with 3D CAD files? They are very complex, and there are a lot of different vendors, and there are very few standards. So the risk that these files are not accessible by software in the near future is pretty big. So you see me experimenting in opening a Minicat file. Minicat was a very popular drawing software for architects in the 90s. But the Minicat software is not available anymore on the market, nor can it be run on modern day computers or operating systems. So I had to make an emulated version of an old Mac computer. And I found some copy of the Minicat 7 software, and I could launch it, but alas, I could not open the file because it was of a different version of Minicat. So this is a possible problem that can arise for each CAD file in the future, that we do not have the software anymore to open it. And there are actually two strategies that the digital preservation community sees in solving this problem, and one solution can be migration or conversion of the old format to new modern day formats, file formats, or a solution like this when you try to emulate the old software in the old computer environment and try to run the files in the original environment. So we did different projects on these 3D CAD files, and I will elaborate on one of them. And that was a study that we did on the popular software SketchUp and its file format. So you can look in the whole study on the link below. What did it consist of? So we listed actually all the characteristics of the software. What is the software capable of? How, for example, in this case, smooth lines. You can draw smooth lines as an architect. And how is it stored within the file format? And what will happen if you export the SketchUp file, for example, to another CAD file format like an AutoCAD drawing file? And almost always the conclusion in each research was, if you want to migrate from SketchUp to AutoCAD, almost always information gets lost because it's translation between two software programs with two different logics. So almost always information will get lost, which is a problem for the digital preservation later on. So probably we will have to look into emulation solutions here. What we also did was looking into diving into the file formats themselves and trying to find patterns in each version of the SketchUp file format. Software was able to identify SketchUp files on version level. And we shared this information with an international database called Pronom. And this database is used by a lot of digital preservation tools like Droid here, for example, that is used by the digital preservation community to identify file formats in archives. And for example, thanks to this project, the SketchUp file is now identifiable on the level of the version, which can be very important when we want to preserve these files in the future. A second important action we did was research into the needs of future users. We did this in different projects, and it could take a lot of different forms. Sometimes it was one-on-one conversations, but we also did some appraisal projects on board digital archives, where in the context of which we set together different profiles of possible users and shared findings and knowledge about the way they want to use these born digital archives actually. We see 5 main categories of users. So people from the construction and building maintenance who want to use born digital material to maintain or build buildings. Legal users, so lawyers who want to make use of born digital archives as evidence in a lawsuit. Designers who want to base new designs on older designs that are documented in the archives. The heritage sector or the creative sector that wants to make publications, expositions, educational material based on the archives, and historical research. Actually, the result of all these surveys one of the most important findings was that most people actually had a very traditional way of looking at these born digital archives, in the sense that there was more than only the 3D CAD file, like also Emily Book stated. So it's a lot of material that's all interlinked with each other. So I took some screenshots of documents in a digital file, project file of B Architect, and also an Antwerp-based architectural office with whom we had a project. So in the upper left, you see the SketchUp model, and the upper right, the AutoCAD file, but there are also PDFs that are converted from the AutoCAD file. There are renders, there are digitized handmade sketches, I'm sorry. And all these files belong to each other, and most people actually wanted to see the whole project file. And each time when we asked, look, is it a big problem if the 3D CAD file cannot be opened? Mostly it wasn't, because information they needed was mostly also present in other material in the project file. So we changed our focus a little bit after these projects, and we chose actually to focus on the whole project file and not only on the CAD files. But that said, a lot of people also said they did not want the whole project file. So mainly researchers, they have time, or they have interest in diving into the whole project file. But a lot of users just want to have a selection of key documents from the project file. So they instantly have the key information about a certain project. Audits to archive creators was also very important in learning how these born digital archives were constructed or came into existence. we do a lot of audits with archive creators. We present it actually as a service to them, so they get a report with recommendations how they can improve their archive management. For us, it's actually an opportunity to learn how archive management in enterprises in architecture office evolves. So they get an audit about all the different aspects of archival management, arrangement and description, selection, and so on, but also the IT environment and digital preservation, which are relevant subjects here. And so we learn a lot by these audits. For example, very basic facts. A lot of archive creators do not produce complete project indexes. However, project indexes are very important to control and manage the archive. And for us, it will be a problem if we get archive that we cannot link documents to a specific project. In this case, for example, there was a project index written on a piece of paper till 2010. The other projects were not known anymore. Of course, for a lot of archive creators, archive management is not the priority. They do not experience any problems with archives as a critical problem for the continuation of their business. Of course, it's important regarding to lawsuits, but that's actually, in a lot of cases, the only reason why they want to keep archives. So there's a lot of awareness raising work for us there. Which we do. So we work together with professional associations of architects. We publish articles in the magazines. We publish polls like these, which we ask archives to give their opinion about the importance of the archive and so on, in hoping that architects get even more, in hoping that architects have more attention to their archives than today is the case. But the most important problem I see today is that all archive creators, so architects, construction companies, they wrestle with the multitude of document sharing platforms that are in the cloud today. So a project file used to be on a couple of CD-ROMs and on a file share, but now it can be on SharePoint. It's in mailboxes, it's in WhatsApp groups, it's in Google Drive folders, incorporation platforms, and new collaboration platforms are coming, and we see that almost every company wrestles with information of a project that is everywhere in the cloud, and that is a big risk for the completeness of the digital archive. Then the final cluster or the final theme is the e-repository that we are setting up for the France Architecture Institute today. It's a big project, and we don't do this alone, because an e-repository is a complex digital system. You need a lot of budget, but also a lot of organization behind it. So we don't do this alone. We do it with a cooperation of 7 institutions, of 7 heritage institutions in Flanders, who are linked together in IDA, which stands for Automatizing the Ingest of Digital Archives. We work out policies together on digital archives, and in 2021, 2022, we had a proof of concept e-repository based on European e-archiving standards. So an e-repository, for who does not know this, it's actually a system or it is a complex of systems that is automatizing that's automatizing all the necessary steps to keep digital information authentic, integer, and usable. So these are just some screenshots of how it looks like. So we make use of the European RODA software developed by a Portuguese company. What does it do? It stores for each digital file all the things that happened on the file. For example, are all the metadata, are they valid? Did the file not change since ingest in the e-repository, and what is the file format and version of the file? And it also gives you searching capacity into the digital archives. So this mainly was important for us to get a view on the budget, what is how much it was discussed, and what kind of policies and what of thinking work is necessary to build something like this. So you have the e-repository. Another challenge is actually getting things in an e-repository. So here you see us transferring the archive of architect Christian Kiekens. The whole Born Digital Archive is actually on the gray hard disk you see there. We are transferring it to our own hard disk. So when you are lucky, the archive is just on a hard disk or somewhere else, or in a SharePoint environment. But for a lot of archives from the 90s and 2000s, a lot of digital material is on CD-ROMs, on floppies, or on more exotic carriers like a jazz disk, which was used in the 90s. So then you are looking for the drive to read this jazz disk. You are looking for a computer to connect the drive to the computer, and then you can transfer the digital files in the archive. So we can do this internally on our own for some digital carriers, but not for all. There are really a lot. There were a lot in the history of computer carriers. So this is also something that we externalize to this IDA corporation. So there are now 2 people within IDA who spend some time in collecting exotic drives and in developing workflows and documentation to be able to read these exotic disks. To conclude, because the title of the presentation is shared responsibility, so we as archivists, we can do a lot, of course, to keep architecture archives durable, but it's not only work for archivists, it actually starts with the architects, of course. And these are some things we should make them aware of, that it's important that they keep complete index of all projects, that they try as much as possible to keep the digital files in one central location, that they back it up and secure it, that they use durable formats whenever possible, but also that they publish, document, and reflect on their projects when finished, so this gives more context information. The VE publishes also a good practice for architects on its website and helps them in doing this, and plan some workshops in the end of this year to learn architects to archive, actually. What should archivists do? I think they should automate where possible. It's not possible to have human intervention on each step of the process. So when you need a lot of human intervention, then the risk of backlogs are too great, and the risk of losing information is gross. So you should try to invest in systems. But since this is a pretty big investment, you should also work on a larger scale. It's also good to work on a larger scale and cooperation with other institutions, just by sharing the knowledge. We learn a lot of that. First, invest in knowledge, and only secondly in technology, because it's not a good idea just to buy technology package just to keep architecture archives in a durable way. First, need to have your workflows and your policies right. At the moment, we do not really know how architecture archives will be used in the future, so try to keep all options open by retaining an archive's original state, or at least document the original state. And it's very important to talk with architects, of course, before processing digital archives, because otherwise you lose a lot of information and you will miss some things. And then also the research community, the community of users, has a job to do here. We find till now that Born Digital Archives are not really that much used by researchers. They mostly go to paper archives. So we do not really know what is important of it, or what kind of material they will use. So it would be good if the research community invests in expertise about interpreting digital files, data, and databases. And more research on drawing software like SketchUp or like Revit is necessary to know more about the technological characteristics and their use in order to preserve the files. And so I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening, and if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Super. Thank you so much, Wim. I think those two presentations very much like were like gripping onto each other, into each other, which is really great actually as for the last session. I have a question for Emily first, because you very much thematized also or addressed the sheer volume also of, for example, like the archive, the Gary papers, and then also of the Zeeman papers, which of course is the Gary papers are in the volume just very much more impressive. And I was wondering because also the Zeeman archive for me, or the papers seem much more in need of, you know, content curation and like people diving very much into also the cross links that he made between his different research areas. And whereas with the Gary archive, it feels like it's like the technical nature. This is the one that is basically also the way of using up space. Do you have maybe for this example, but also for other examples that you see from the archives of the Getty Research Institute, is there different ways to approach this problematic, this imbalance, also for researchers maybe? And are there different tools also to find ways into those different archives with their different aspects?
Yeah, so you're asking maybe about like one, how to address the particulars of specific archives and the kind of specific challenges they might present, and then also how the challenges from the user standpoint of how to work through these big archives. Is that, have I understood? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that fascinates me about archival collection is the tension between trying to standardize it in some way and make it, you know, available, agnostic of the specific research questions people are going to bring to it. But because of the nature of archives, they're so idiosyncratic and they're totally shaped by the person who created the archive that, you know, there's a tension between trying to standardize, but then also trying to, I think, acknowledge some of the specifics of various archives. And you're exactly right. I think that the Zeeman archive, one of the sort of interesting sort of challenges, I guess you can call it, is that, you know, if you're researching an artist, you might not know to look at the Zeeman archive because it's the Zeeman archive, but it actually contains all of these, as you say, these like cross currents and connections to these other things. And then with the Gary archive, as you say, we have these sort of technical challenges. And also, I think the challenge of trying to show these individual objects and design files as part of a larger design process and not only on their own, because they kind of often will not make sense on their own. And so I think we are looking much more at the GRI at ways we can take specific kind of steps with archives to respond to how they're unique. And I think as they get bigger, that becomes even more important. For example, the Ed Ruscha archive that we have, which is over 500,000 images. I mean, there are things we had to do with that archive that aren't going to apply to other archives. Like, for example, generate geographic information for each image so that people can search it by address. Not every archive is going to need that information. And also, you know, not every archive is going to allow us to generate that information. So I do think while there still obviously needs to be some standardization, and you don't want to sort of inadvertently highlight other collections to the exclusion of others, I think it is something we're looking at more, and also building our access systems, our collections interfaces that allow for maybe a little bit more customization on an archive by archive basis. And then I do think to quickly get to the second part of your question, I really appreciated how much Wim talked about the users, because I think that's the big open question right now. There's sort of like understanding how people use these things now, but also acknowledging that they may not even know that we might not know how people are going to use these things because there's the born digital, especially stuff is still so new that, yeah, and it's so complicated to work through that I think that that's still unfolding rather. And I would also say, yes, the issue of scale, and we're also spending a lot of effort to think through how we can scale up our processing workflows using things like using automation, using computer vision and artificial intelligence. But our systems can handle a certain scale of information. So like there's 20,000 slides for just the Walt Disney Hall project, but you have to page through them like 10 at a time because that's how our systems are built. So I do think that increasingly there might be tools that researchers can use to go through these collections also at scale. So maybe you take those 20,000 files and you put them into a piece of software that like will create a visual similarity array. So you see all the images grouped by visual similarity. So that would at least allow you a high level view on a corpus of 20,000 images. So you don't have to go through them like 10 by 10 by 10. But yeah, I think the user question is really important.
Thank you.
Yeah, to add to that, I heard a presentation of the archivist of the Zaha Hadid architects.
Mm-hmm.
I think that digital archive right now is 100 terabytes, and 1 terabyte is coming each year. So yeah, it's really growing, and this is one of the challenges of the future. How are we going to manage these giant archives?
Yeah, Wim, you also you very much also addressed the dangers basically also of outmoded technology. I think this is also something that working with archives we all are very concerned with. How can we translate what we do now into a future that is not tangible for us or not imaginable at the moment? And also this trying to adapt, to migrate also the technology, to always update this. I mean, this is also a very important way, or that, for example, also artists have to think about. So video artists or artists who are working with digital technologies, like how can this be transported into the future? And I was wondering, because I read that you were like starting to teach also in 2020, and like a very significant year also, I guess, for this drive towards digitization. And if you might have come across also then questions or ways of, a younger generation maybe who are like asking questions towards like, how will this be maintained? How can this be accessed? How we can work around this? Because this is always a big question.
So the question is, does the younger generation, do they feel the need?
Do they feel the need, and also if there was a particular drive, like with 2020, also then, and this being basically decentralized, all of us, how did initiatives for digitization come about?
I'm afraid there is not that much awareness in the younger generation about these problems of digital durability, because they never come into contact with these, because you really need to look behind the applications, behind the graphical user interfaces, to see the problems. And I don't think a lot of the younger generations at the moment has come in contact with problems of digital preservation. So no, now I think most youngsters I meet have pretty basic understanding of digital tools, and actually I need to learn them from the beginning, how digital files work, for example. So there is not really a drive over there, so they want to keep training is about information and archive sciences, so they want to keep, of course, information, but their mind is still mostly focused on paper information and not yet on digital. So there's a lot of work there, and we also see it in vacancies. There's a lot of requests of archivists, information managers who know how to deal with digital information, and it are vacancies that are very hard to fill. In order to keep things in the future, so really for this complex file formats or this complex software, there actually is at the moment no real solutions. We only can state that these are at risk. Why? Because it's very complex software, and software vendors, they own the code and they do not share the code. So they're the only ones actually have the key to make it durable. So that's a big problem. That's why one of the things I would recommend right now is just to keep the archives in the original state. So to keep always the original files. And let's hope that there will be some solutions in the direction of emulation. So there's now a very hopeful project in the United States called Easy. Yeah, you probably know about it, Emily. So they are building emulators or emulated environments that can be accessed by the web. So the promise is that you can open an old Mac computer from the 80s, can install software from the 80s on it, and then reopen the software in its original environment. That would be a good solution, albeit that means that there are a lot of hindrances for users to reopen files, of course, because they need to learn software from the 80s, which is so a challenge on its own. Yeah, I hope that was an answer to your question.
That was an answer. No, thank you. But and I think I'm wrapping it up. If there's no other questions right now, I think it's was a wonderful also session, because I think both of your approaches, like one you have, Emily, with the Getty Research Institute, thinking about how to make things accessible also for researchers from an archival point of view, and Wim with the Flanders Architecture Institute. It's also very much looking towards giving tools to working architects still, or to raise awareness, of course, of how to make it future-proof, the work that you're invested in. And I think that very much work together in a good way. I would now basically end this session, and I will pass back again to Elizabeth, who will wrap up the day a little bit for us. And if there are any questions or discussions, we can also then move this to there.
Yes, thank you very much for this workshop. I will keep my wrap up very short because we are a bit ahead of the time. But I think all these diverse projects or glimpses into very different institutions and projects show the complexity and the richness of archival material, and how the digital archives can give insight, on the one hand, into the artistic process, how artworks came into being, and how they the constellation of different artworks, for example. And I think it was very beautifully put by you, Emily, this tension between the hierarchical order that you need somehow in the archive, but then we have these experimental approaches like Victoria Brüggemann described, because we try to find new ways with the digital archives to have a more individualized way to access the archive, and also to order and structure the material in a more non-hierarchical way. But then it's always the question from where you look at it, if you don't have a definitive viewpoint, when you can just turn it around and choose very it engages the user more, but it also asks of him a lot to decide how to look at the archival material, and also what Wim noted about the knowledge of past technologies you use. And I think that this last session really beautifully opened up not only the possibilities, but also the difficulties that come up with archiving born digital material. And for me, it also emphasized the worth of the analog material. And I really like this idea how it is always entangled, the digital and the analog material, and how the analog material somehow seems to be more accessible maybe in the future and more durable. Yeah, if there aren't any questions anymore, I think I would just wrap it up now. I'm very thankful for all the contributors. I think it was really beautifully put, and I'm sorry we had such short time for the discussions. That was a pity, but I think it was really nice to have such a diverse view and panorama of different artist estates and archives. And yeah, thanks so much. Have a nice evening or day wherever you are, and goodbye.